The purpose of this morning's meeting is to consider the implementation of the recommendations contained in the Committee's report on evaluating orphan drugs, which was published last February. We are holding two sessions this morning on the topic. The first session will be with the Rare Diseases Ireland group, the umbrella body for rare disease patients, who will be presenting to the committee first. The second session will be with officials from the Department of Health and also representatives from the HSE and the National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics. So in the first session, I'd like to welcome, on behalf of the committee, Mr. Philip Watt, Chair of the Rare Disease Task Force and CEO of Cystic Fibrosis Ireland, Ms. Vicky McGrath, Interim CEO with Rare Diseases Ireland, and Derek Mitchell, CEO of the Irish Platform for Patient Organisations, Science and Industry. Just some housekeeping matters. I wish to draw to your attention the fact that by virtue of Section 17(2)(l) of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect to their evidence to this committee. However, if you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. The committee also wishes to advise you that any opening statements you have made to the committee may be published on the committee's website after the meeting. Members are reminded of the long-standing parliamentary practice to the effect that they should not comment on, criticise or make charges against a person outside of the Houses or an official either by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. Can I now ask Ms. McGrath to make your opening statement? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Vicky McGrath. I am the Interim CEO of Rare Diseases Ireland, and we are the National Alliance for Voluntary Patient-Led Organisations for people affected by or at risk of developing rare diseases in Ireland. We are committed to the identification, treatment and cure of rare diseases. Today I am joined by Philip Watt, Chair of the Rare Disease Task Force, the MRCG and CEO of Cystic Fibrosis Ireland, and Derek Mitchell, CEO of IPOSI. Orphan drugs are defined as medicines that prevent or treat rare diseases. There are an estimated 6,000 to 8,000 rare diseases that we know of, with more being described. Collectively, rare diseases may affect up to 8% of the population. It is estimated that rare diseases affect 300,000 people in Ireland during their lifetime. Rare diseases have enormous impact on our citizens and their associated economic impact in our society. A recent survey across Europe revealed that more than 70% of people living with rare diseases have difficulties with daily activities, motor and sensorial functions and social interactions. 30% of carers spend more than 6 hours per day on illness-related tasks. Over 95% of primary carers are family members, with the vast majority being women. 70% of patients and carers had to reduce or stop their professional activity due to the disease. There is a significant mental health burden with rare disease patients and carers, being over 3 times more likely to feel depressed when compared to the general population. Orphan drugs provide an opportunity to improve lives considerably or even cure disease. During 2017, the members of this committee met with 2 Irish rare disease patient organisations, Alpha One Foundation and Muscular Dystrophy Ireland. During these meetings, you heard of the challenges facing their patient communities around access to novel and life-saving orphan drugs. These medicines have been found to be both safe and effective by the regulators and have been approved for reimbursement by many of our peers across Europe, yet they are still not available in this country. Over the intervening 12 months, you have no doubt encountered many other patient and patient groups with similar stories. Access to life-saving and curative therapies in this country is lagging behind that of our neighbours. This is a situation that must change. The reimbursement system in Ireland today continues to fail the patients it is supposed to serve. We must take an innovative approach to reimbursement and design a system that is fit for purpose, a system that is not only suited to so-called common diseases, but one that also addresses the needs of rare disease patients. Such a system will ensure all members of our society can contribute maximally. There are no comparator therapies for most rare diseases. In most instances, the patient will not transition from one therapy to a better therapy. Orphan drugs are the only game in town and are the best opportunity to slow disease progression and improve quality of life. As with cancer patients, we are seeking to avail of the best therapies today in the hope of being in a position to avail of new and better therapies in the future. Many rare disease patients are not being afforded this chance at a better and longer life. We must build a reimbursement system that provides that bridge to the next therapy. We must have a system that is robust enough to address challenging decisions. We know that curative gene therapies are on their way. These transformative therapies are going to be expensive. We all want value for money, but how do you define value when you consider the ability of an individual to walk unaided rather than being wheelchair-bound for decades, or the child that can have their vision restored and can thus integrate normally into classroom life? What type of society do we want to be in 10 years' time? Today, we are on the cusp of a step change when it comes to rare disease patient care. Access to the European reference networks as a result of the EU's cross-border directive will allow rare disease patients in Ireland access to the best clinical minds across Europe. Our care will be on a par with that of rare disease patients throughout Europe. Our care pathways will be best in class. We will be provided opportunities to enrol in clinical trials. Innovation will be at the very heart of our care. However, if the reimbursement system in Ireland does not change, we will fail at the final hurdle and continue to be denied the therapies we need. We acknowledge that progress has been made over the last 12 months. However, it is very slow and just too late for many patients. In recent weeks, the Rare Disease Technology Review Committee began its work. Patients finally have the opportunity to provide real-world experience of living with the condition and the impact that a particular drug may have on quality of life for both the patient and their carers. We are not there to give a sob story, we are there as experts in our diseases. More significantly, patients are also members of the committee, and we finally have a seat at the table as equals. We are no longer viewed simply as stakeholders, we are decision makers within the committee and have an equal say in the recommendations that the committee will provide to the HSE leadership, where the ultimate decision around reimbursement lies. We understand that this is very early days for the Technology Review Committee, and we caution that more time is required to bed down the processes and learn from experience. Nonetheless, it has finally been recognised that patients have a valuable contribution to make to the discourse and decision-making process. To build on this, we seek a seat at all stages of the process, be it horizon scanning or the pre-submission consultation or the HSE's decision-making meetings. We have a growing cohort of educated patients that understand the process and decisions involved. If we don't have a seat at the table, are we just on the menu? We have no interest in recommending treatments that do not work. We do not want to take medicines that won't work. We do not want to waste money. We believe that innovative approaches to reimbursement decisions are required. Payments based upon defined clinical outcomes, so-called pay for performance, or guaranteed access to future improved therapies should be the norm, not the outlier. Another development in recent months is Ireland joining the Benelux initiative, which aims to ensure timely access to and affordability of innovative medicines. Disappointingly, since the Minister of Health signed the agreement 5 months ago, there has been no evidence that we have made any progress. Finally, orphan drugs are at the cutting edge of medicine. We are moving into the realm of personalised or precision medicine. Orphan drugs should only be provided to those that will benefit from them. They are not designed for the wider community, or even for every patient that might have a particular rare disease. A genetic diagnosis will be required for many orphan drugs that will come to market. Genetic services, by which I mean consultant geneticists, genetic counsellors and genetic testing facilities, fall far short of what we need in Ireland. Waiting lists are growing by the day. Current services are under-resourced and overwhelmed. We must address this basic building block of medicine in the 21st century if we are going to have any hope in the future. Genetic diagnosis coupled with patient registries will ensure that only those that will benefit from the drug will be put on the drug. Registries will also allow for post-marketing data collection, enabling the pay-for-performance reimbursement model to be employed. In summary, we have 3 messages that we want to deliver today. Firstly, we must develop an all-inclusive, transparent and accountable reimbursement system that will withstand the challenges that lie ahead. We must think creatively and innovatively. We must build a system that ensures that the needs of every patient in our country are addressed. Just because you are the only one with a particular rare disease does not mean that we are indifferent to your needs. Secondly, we must build genetic services capacity that meets the needs of not just the rare disease community today, but of our nation. Personalised or precision medicine is not just a dream. It is here, knocking on our door, and the only way we can take part in this revolution is by ensuring that every patient has the opportunity to know more of their genetic makeup. Thirdly, we are not just a voice, we are not even stakeholders. We are decision makers and must be allowed to take on this role in the development of our health service. Of all the interested parties, patients have the most at risk. It is our health that is at stake. There is a perception among patients that the health authorities fear our input. We are not to be feared. We are the experts in our diseases and we must be involved in all decisions involving our treatment. Revelations within the health services in Ireland over the last 12 months have shown that patients must be included in all decisions. Nothing about us without us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms McGrath. So we're now going to open the discussion to our members, and the first member to speak will be Deputy Stephen Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all very much for your time today, and more broadly, thank you for all the work that you do. It's extremely valuable. The advocacy work, the pressure you bring, the technical expertise you bring to the table is incredibly valuable, and I know it can feel like you're ploughing a lonely furrow sometimes, or a lot of the time. So I just want to acknowledge all the work you do on behalf of a lot of men, women and children around the country, and keep it up, and we will support you in any way that we can. I'd like to get into some of the possible solutions. One of the things that I keep hearing is that Ireland is lagging behind. We signed up to Benelux AI and it agrees a certain orphan drug, and yet Ireland doesn't bring it in. I saw data recently that said we are the last, or one of the last countries within the EU to introduce drugs that have been approved on a cross-EU basis. It's probably not always the case, but certainly I'm hearing it from the parents of sick children. I'm hearing it from experts like yourselves. I'm hearing it from clinicians. I'm hearing it from the pharmaceutical companies. Everybody seems to be saying that Ireland is last or close to last on some of these incredible drugs that are coming through, and you've referenced it yourself several times in your statements. Can I ask you why you think we appear to be slower than most of the rest of Europe in giving people access to these drugs, and what in real terms we can do about it to speed it up very, very quickly?
Thank you very much. Mr. Watt.
Thanks, Stephen. I think that's a fantastic question. My sense is that, and what you'll probably hear from the National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics, who come in later in the HSE, is that, you know, there are some positive things that have come in, and we really welcome those. The Benelux initiative, the Rare Disease Technology Review Committee, and those are all going in the right direction. And I think the word that Michael Barry would say, Professor Barry would say, is that we need to tweak the system rather than really reform it. And I think what we're saying is we need to go a bit further than that. And really what we're asking the government to do is really set out an overall policy position which would cover everything, not just the minutiae detail of appraising a particular drug and, representation on one or two committees and so on, but looking at the whole process and indeed the cost, because we see it from, your perspective as well. These drugs come at a horrendous price, and I think we'd all like to say we put on our Irish jerseys and we'll go out and support the government to get the best and fairest price they can for these drugs. But I think that entails us working together in much more in a partnership way that's been denied. And I think certainly the last thing we want to do is to avoid what we had to do in Cystic Fibrosis Ireland, which was to protest outside the Oireachtas. We'd much rather see the system be reformed. So it's going in the right direction, but I think it needs to be much more comprehensive than it is to date.
So just to add to that, and I completely agree with Philip, an additional element that we would like to see is probably more transparency in the process. It's certainly been very frustrating to have to go to multiple different types of sources to get to what the actual facts are in relation to those delays. There's been a number of studies performed, but the system itself doesn't seem to release information readily. So from a patient perspective, to know what or where a particular drug is in the process at any one stage would be one thing, but to know maybe which stakeholder has been holding up the process would be very, very beneficial as well.
Can I ask you on that? Because I was walking through the process actually last week on this, and the view I got was that the clinical evaluation is pretty open and it moves through at a decent clip. That the National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics, whether one agrees or disagrees with what they come up with, actually they come up with a recommendation pretty quickly, and they have their 45,000 a year. We can agree or disagree, but actually it's there, and they move through it pretty quickly. Their recommendation goes into the HSE stroke the department, and at that point it just becomes completely opaque. Does that sound about right, or would you change that description?
I think that's part of the problem, but I think like we were advised that virtually no rare disease drug is going to get through the system as it stands because of the way that the drug is measured, and it's often through the health technology assessment process. They look at one key outcome for a drug, whereas science has moved on, and now these new drugs are treating the underlying cause of the disease and not just the symptoms. And really, the drug has to be measured by a number of outcomes. So the reform needs to take place, and I suspect Professor Barry will acknowledge this as well. These discussions are happening at a European and international level. So, as well as the transparency around the second stage of the process, which involves senior people in the HSE and politicians, yes, definitely, you're absolutely right. But also, I think the whole system needs to be looked at in a holistic way to see what reforms need to be brought in.
For that. Can I ask you then specifically on the evaluation? So one of the issues with having some of these rare drugs pass is they don't meet this magic number of 45,000 euro. So a QALY or a daily, a quality adjusted life year or a disability adjusted life year, that rare drugs aren't meeting those for several reasons. Partly because there aren't other comparator therapies to use, partly because they are very expensive. Due to the small numbers of people that they apply to, and partly we're told because the state doesn't have a system of payment by performance. So, two questions on this. Are you in favour of a ring-fenced budget that would say it's X amount of millions or tens of millions or hundreds of millions or whatever it is, this is for orphan drugs, and we will move the 45,000 to something else and indeed bring in extra issues? That's the first question. My second question is, one of the points that Professor Barry has made repeatedly is that for orphan drugs we must have payment by results. And one of the reasons it's so unaffordable is you might have a phenomenal drug that works on 1 in 20 people suffering from a rare disease, and because you have to pay for all 20, it becomes uneconomical for the one. Now, I've put that directly to the pharmaceutical companies, including some of the pharmaceutical companies making some of these rare drugs, and they've said they are very happy to move to a payment by results or payment by outcome system, but we don't have the IT systems in place. They said it's nothing to do with the pharmaceutical companies. Actually, they said it's about IT systems in hospitals in Ireland not being able to cope. And they've cited places like Scotland and England where they've brought these in. Does that sound right or not to you? Are you hearing from the pharmaceutical companies that they are indeed willing to move to payment by outcomes?
Yeah, I think in general the perception is that is a desirable avenue to take, and that certainly the systems aren't in place today. I guess we have some hope that they will become available, but it's been a very slow process, and we need to ramp up our investment in the area to ensure that this can happen in the next 2, 3, 5 years. Otherwise we will always be lagging behind, and we'll never be in a position to identify that one patient that the results are happening or that we're getting good outcomes on, and we'll always be struggling to reimburse. In answer to your question around the I guess ring-fenced fund, in theory yes, it is a good idea, and it's something that we would like to see, I think, in the short to medium term. But we also don't want the ring fencing to be a limit and a barrier where we end up arguing amongst ourselves as to, right, well, we only have this pot, and which ones are the right ones to spend the pot on. You know, that there are other areas where we feel that maybe the health service can be streamlined, that you can take, you know, something from one pot into another, that it doesn't just become, well, this is the only block of money you have. And I guess just one other element when you talked about, you know, the cost benefit and the quality and things, and I think Philip has alluded to this already, or in terms of rejigging the entire reimbursement system, or the HTA system, I should say. We have to take account of the cost, that actually the burden that's been borne by people in general, by the society in general. You know, it's not just the Department of Health budget, or it's not just a government thing. It's, you know, it's all of the work that we do, and, you know, how better could we invest our money and our time into other areas if these therapies were being made available.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Watt, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I just maybe to add a further point is there's a mindset issue as well, which is basically, you know, we're told when we're trying to fight for rare disease drugs, you know, these are so expensive, and you know what you're doing is you're denying other people services. You know that, so you're not only the patients having to live with their disease, but they're also being blamed for taking resources from somewhere else. And the argument we would put back is it's not a zero-sum game. The Irish government has been criticised for years for spending far too much on drugs, which are much cheaper in other European countries, that we don't have enough investment in biosimilars and generic drugs, which come at a fraction of the cost of many of these drugs. So we still have a long way to go to actually reducing our drugs cost and using at least some of that money for, you know, innovative and new technologies such as those for rare diseases. And I think it's also, there's a lack of recognition that the cost of developing a rare disease drug is recognised internationally as being far greater than one for a more common disease. So I'm not defending drug companies trying to exploit countries, but that is an economic reality. If you only have a small number of patients on which you can make your money back, and it costs $1 billion to develop a drug, you know, these drugs are going to be expensive. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watt. So now we're going to bring in Deputy Kelly.
And thank you very much, Chair, and very welcome to the witnesses. And thanks for your contributions. I suppose we did our report here, and a number of us have been down the road in relation to arguing and fighting for various different organisations. Myself and Deputy Brazel in particular and others have worked very closely with the Alpha One Foundation in relation to their fight. And obviously there was, in the last week or so, we got the guarantee in relation to the 19 remaining patients that were on clinical trials. Personally, I had a very sad situation in my own. Somebody I knew quite well, Marion Kelly, no relation from Nina, who unfortunately, after being taken off Respreza, was passed away. So the family got some satisfaction last week. I want to start with a question on that. Responsibility in clinical trials. It is a real issue. Protocols around clinical trials in our country, as regards honouring commitments, issues whereby pharmaceutical companies sign up to these trials and then can withdraw from them. Do we need protocols around it? The answer is yes. But I'd rather get your thoughts on how we do that. That's the first question. I'll pause my questions and didn't give time. I think that's a very important area. I don't want to see this happen again. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 2 people lost their lives after coming off a trial because of the way in which it was going to be administered. And as I say, I know that one of those people was in my office 2 weeks beforehand. Second issue. Reimbursement system. I'm trying not to overlap with the good questions from the previous speaker. Reimbursement and the whole process for reimbursement. The NCP and the whole issue of the jumping between the Department of Health, HSE and the NCP. And the fact that the NCP, unlike in Britain, isn't aligned with the budget. So the decision makers as regards drugs don't have control over the budget. unlike in other jurisdictions. And that's a real issue. And how can we, what's your thoughts in relation to changing that? We've seen so much jumping around as regards decision making. We had the farcical situation we found here inside the committee whereby there was letters going between the Department of Health, the HSE and NCPE, like it was insane, and it is infuriating. So particularly the alignment with budget and decision making and all being in one place. I'd like your thoughts, the last three questions, I'd like your thoughts as regards the Rare Disease Committee and being decision makers and how you see that working into the future. Because you're very passionate about it and I really feel that. But how is it actually going to happen? How do you feel you're going to be part of that team that's making decisions? Because I don't want to see a situation where you're not. Right? Fourth question, biosimilars. Some of us here have had a lot of discussions in relation to biosimilars. Could you please expand on how you see quickly we can move? I believe we have to move a lot quicker in this area because I think that will solve some of, not all, but some of the issues. And you made reference to it, and I have some strong views on that. And last question, which is kind of topical, Chair, is in relation to genetic services. And we know we've issued this week or last week in relation to what's happened out in Crumlin and the transcription error. My understanding is that in relation to genetic services, we're actually quite behind. And in fairness, the HSE, I understand, have been trying to recruit some senior people to upgrade our services. But I believe a lot of this hinges on the fact that our genetic services, because personalised drugs are going to be the future, but I don't think they can match until our genetic services, from a quality and from a quantity analysis perspective, i.e. being able to review a lot of people pretty quickly, is going to get up to that level. And we're nowhere near that in Ireland at the moment. And could you give your thoughts on that? So they're my 5 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Kelly. Do you take those?
Okay.
Yeah.
Better off.
Mr. Mitchell. Yeah.
Very comprehensive questions. So if I could address the first question first. So in terms of compassionate access to innovative drugs that are not have received marketing approval or have been approved by the EMA, that is a very, for us, it's been a very grey area. And you're right, there should be protocols in place to ensure, and it's something that we've actually included as part of our joint work around our drug iceberg reports, where we feel that any patient who is on a trial as part of a compassionate access programme should have access to that drug for their life. And when we talk to other stakeholders in the area, there does seem to be reluctance to adhere to that. And there's a number of different reasons. But certainly from the work, I mean, if you look at clinical trials in terms of the way that the whole environment is moving, we have a new clinical EU directive coming down the tracks for how they're going to be potentially harmonised. We have new, well, the Department of Health is doing a lot of work in terms of the research ethics around this, in terms of potentially creating a single committee. And certainly we have the Helsinki Protocol, which governs exactly how patients should be getting access to clinical trials. But certainly the area of compassionate access has not been structured in a way that would be to a satisfactory level, I think, from the patient perspective. But it seems to be, there was a recent report by the European Rare Disease Organisations, Oireachtas, on this, in terms of trying to get a level of consistency in terms of the approach to compassionate access. And there were a number of recommendations in that plan, and I think that would be something that we could look at in Ireland in terms of how we can move that forward, so that if there is potential for Irish patients to get compassionate access, that we would, at any company who is allowing that drug to be available for free, does adhere to a set of guidelines. The second one on biosimilars. So, in the absence of a national policy on biosimilars, from a patient perspective, it makes sense to use these drugs, but on the basis that the savings that would be accrued to the system would be reinvested in innovation or similar types of drugs. So some of the discussions that we've had around has been the whole area of substitution from an existing innovator drug to a biosimilar, and who might be involved in that. And certainly we would like to see greater interaction between clinical and pharmacy communities on those kind of decisions, because we do feel that the pharmacists do have a role to play. Maybe not the decision maker, but certainly in terms of the decision itself, that there should be more collegiancy between the two communities on that.
I'll just address the Rare Diseases and Technology Review Committee. I would caution against, I guess, the use of a phrase like decision making, because we don't want, I guess, people to believe that now this group are making the decision on reimbursement. They're not. They are making a decision around a recommendation for reimbursement. So we just need to be very clear that they're not the decision makers. That still lies with the HSE leadership team, I guess. So in terms of the actual makeup,
Beyond stakeholders, my point.
yes. And in terms of the actual the makeup of the group and the function, or I guess the operation of the group, they're looking at everything outside of the pricing, outside of the economic reimbursement or the economic, I guess, models that the NCPE would look at traditionally. They're looking at truly how does this clinical trial and the results that it's providing, saying that somebody can see when they can't see, or you know, those things, what impact would that truly have on somebody's life? How would it change the way that their I guess their quality of life would proceed? So it's a far more subjective role. It's not that it's not supported by evidence and by research, but it is much more on the patient basis and how I think I will feel if I can do this or I can do that. And so it's aggregating that data and the clinicians' data around their own experiences dealing with these patients and the effect that they feel that the drugs would have on these patients. So it's not an economic question or conversation, it's about how will this truly impact on the life of the patient, and that's then their recommendations, their decisions around the recommendations are made on the basis of that, not on economic information.
Mr. Watts?
Just add the question of whether the same body should be responsible for assessing the drugs and also considering the price. You know, I think it very much happens, you know, whether by default, that basically what happens. And there seems to, you know, it's a bit incongruous, you know, to see, you know, my own view is there should be a scientific analysis of the particular drugs and using an HTA system that we can all agree with. And then, you know, that assessment is done. But then it's slightly odd then to see, like, the person who's responsible for making those judgments is then on RTE the next day arguing about price, you know. So there is a conflict of interest there, which I think, and you know, I have much admiration for Professor Michael Barry, but to me it's a conflict of interest that he is the chief medical officer who's deciding whether a drug is good enough or not, and then he's on the radio the next day saying that it's not worth the price that's being offered. You know, that is a conflict. That is a direct conflict of interest, because naturally, if you're on the airwaves, you're going to use any argument you can to deny a drug, and so you start getting into spin very quickly, whether you like it or not. So I think the NCPE should be given the task of making the judgments, and there should be somebody from the CPU, the corporate pharmaceutical unit of the HSE, should be the person who should be coming out on the airwaves discussing the price. You know, those squidging of the margins is part of the problem, to be honest, at the minute. You know. And the question on genetics? Genetic services, yeah. There was a really good report done by Professor Smith on the genetic services in Ireland that was done 5 years ago. Virtually nothing has been done on it. They are recruiting a couple of posts now, which was positive, but I wasn't surprised in terms of what hearing, because they are completely understaffed in terms of their work there. They're fantastic people up there, and they're doing their best, and they're so supportive around patients. But you know, this is the natural outcome of a decade of underfunding of clinical genetic services. And we looked at the HSE service plan 2 years ago, and you know, clinical genetic services wasn't even mentioned. The word genetics was not even mentioned in the HSE service plan. You know, well, like, and they are kind of saying, you know, they're playing catch up. The genetics and the human genome are the way forward in terms of personalised medicine. You know, it's only now that we're really getting our head around that. I think that's why we think there needs to be an overall government strategy which recognises all these new developments.
Chair, we might return to the whole issue of genetics. Thanks very much. Very good.
Kelly. Now, Deputy O'Reilly.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much to you all for coming in. So we've talked a wee bit about transparency and bringing transparency into the process, and then we keep coming up against the barrier of commercial sensitivity, and that's, I suppose, I have a couple of questions, and they all really centre around that. Is there anywhere where they do it better? Could we look to Scotland maybe? Could we replicate what they're doing in another country? Do we need to reinvent the wheel if someone else has gone to the trouble of doing that for us? You might comment on that. With regard to the process, and the process is absolutely flawed, and the people who are central to it are the ones who seem to be furthest away from the process itself very often. And one of the issues, and I've discussed this with some of you separately, so you'll be aware of my views, and we all saw recently how the interaction between a massive big pharma company, the government, yourselves as advocates, not you guys personally, but advocates and politicians. And we ended up, I feel, being used as pawns in a game between the pharma company and part of that was down to the process, because the pharma companies were putting pressure on us to put pressure on the government, and then you have people coming in and they're standing in the Dáil and they're waving bits of paper and they're screaming, oh, what price on a life? And all of this is extremely emotive, and it's a really poor way for us to have to make decisions. There has to be a better way. At the end of the process, if it doesn't work, how can we, and is there evidence from other countries to suggest that we can reasonably say no? So at the moment, what happens is, if it's over a certain price, that's it. The answer is probably going to be no, and then into a long, drawn-out process. Right? That's clearly not working. That's not satisfying anybody. But in the event that you go through the process, but there just is not sufficient outcome to justify the expense, and I don't mean to sound cold in this, but are there other countries where this works, where the patients and the advocates themselves are so centrally involved in the process that they understand themselves that it just might not be for them? Because that seems to be the hardest thing. Is when you talk to the patients, they will tell you, if the answer is no, I accept it. If it doesn't work, I will accept that. But it's just no on price all the time, and it doesn't seem that there is sufficient evidence being presented back. And then you turn on the radio and you see people who are central to the process saying, well, this is just not good value for money. And then you're back on the merry-go-round and you're shouting at the minister, and it all keeps coming back to the same place. So there has to be a better way to do it. But there also has to be a way where, if it doesn't work, and I say this as a parent and a grandparent, I just don't know how you would say if there was even a slim chance, but there has to be a way where, if the evidence is not there, that that people are sufficiently involved. I'm just wondering, do they get it right in other countries? And if they do, then maybe we can have a wee discussion about that. With regard to the Technology Assessment Review Group, how many times has that met? And is there a hope that that is going to review and improve the process, and particularly with the patients and the advocate involvement? This is my last question, and it has to do with the overall cost and the things that really aren't, when we look at the quality, things that really aren't taken into consideration. So it's the additional burden on the health service. Burden is probably the wrong word, but you know what I'm saying. If the drugs are not made available, then presumably for the people that you are representing, what we would know as the everyday crisis, so the waiting list, the trolley waits, the trolleys overnights, all of that, presumably that would have a more profound impact on the people that you are advocating for, who clearly, same as all of us, want to be able to stay out of hospital. Is there evidence that there is a higher instance of hospital presentation for the groups that you're representing, or is there any way of identifying what the consequent savings to the health service might be? And I know that that is not considered, but I do believe that it is considered in other areas, and it is part of the assessment process, so that you weigh the one off against the other. And it's hard to quantify in some instances, but you know, that would be taken into consideration and offset against the cost. And I don't agree, by the way, that cost has to be the only thing, but when cost is a factor, we'd be silly to pretend it wasn't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy O'Reilly. Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I can probably come in there. In terms of the first question, in terms of what countries get it right, in terms of Ireland and in terms of looking at an equally small country like Ireland in terms of population, but also I think genetic makeup, certainly Scotland would be an area that has really, I think, incorporated both patient and clinician perspectives in parallel. And certainly they have managed to do it from a healthcare improvement perspective, which has led to the new processes within the Scottish Medicines Consortium agency. And we would look very favourably on what they've managed to achieve, both from the perspective of incorporating, I guess, more qualitative evidence, but also, I think, just from a process that is far more welcoming. And we had the privilege of being observers, both Philip and I, at a recent PACE meeting, a patient and clinician engagement meeting, which is similar in vein to, I think, the Rare Disease Technology Review Group, but different. It's actually a level up from maybe where the Rare Disease Technology Review Group is in terms of the decision-making process. So in terms of the way that maybe, as Philip alluded to, the way that maybe there's a reluctance on the system to systematically engage with patients due to, I guess, the media coverage and public policy coverage. What we've been doing is that in more recent years, we've been structuring the way that patients are educated and informed around this particular area in medicines R&D. And we now have a growing cohort of educated Irish patients who are more than willing to engage with what we would determine as meaningful opportunities. So rather than simply plucking an individual patient from out of the blue and putting them on a committee, we would support a much more systematic process whereby if patients if an opportunity for a patient perspective as part of a committee has been identified, that patient should be supported, they should be educated to a certain degree, but they should certainly, as a minimum, feel that it's an opportunity that they wish to embrace. And I think that once you get that process in place, what you'll find is that your point about, I think, accepting that sometimes no means no, and for very good reasons. But at the same time, there is a challenge on the patient side that for any citizen in Ireland, that if you're brother or mother or family member is suffering, particularly from a rare disease, that people in this country do have a right to stand up for their family members, and that's I think there are a number of responsibilities on that as well, in particularly in terms of the way that things are reported in the media. That certainly there's a lot of positives that are happening in this area, particularly, and a lot of new developments. And if everything ends up as being a negative comment, then how exactly are our patients going to view our system, really?
And that is the challenge. It's to bring the voices in and to recognise when the answer is no, because it's not going to work. Not the answer is no because we're just going to blanket no, and you feel like you're not involved in the process.
Just to come in there, is absolutely. And what struck us about the Scottish system were both patients and clinicians, because actually you've got us in here, but you should also get the clinicians in, because they feel equally outside the system as well. They're often not asked for their opinion in a systematic way as well. So these are only our doctors and many of them are involved in the clinical trials that are bringing these drugs. So it's really important. But the Scottish system was really good from that perspective, and certainly the day that we were there was no disagreement between what the patient representatives were saying and what the assessment was. So there was obviously a greater sense of trust in the system. But I think the other thing is to say that I know what you were saying about the interaction with the drugs company, and I suspect you were thinking about cystic fibrosis there when you mentioned that in it.
It was a high-profile one.
But I certainly think if we have a system that everybody can trust in, I think you'll see you won't end advocacy altogether. That's not. But it would certainly reduce it a lot to what it is. But we're fundamentally saying here that the system needs to be more than tweaked, which is what the standard responses coming from the NCPE and from the government. It needs to be much more fundamental than that. It needs to be from the HTA process. It needs to be from the post-HTA process. The point that Stephen was raising in terms of the transparency when it goes to after the process and when it goes further up the field. And actually, in fact, when we were drawing up our documents, we were trying to find a picture, a flow chart of the drug approval system in Ireland, and we couldn't find one. There was none there isn't even on the HSE website. We had to make it up as what we guessed the system was.
It looked like the map of the underground from somewhere.
Exactly. So at the very least, things like that should be made absolutely transparent, but I think the other thing is about costs, and one of the things you see from the CF drugs is that which was one of the things they didn't put much credence on, but it reduces the need for people to go into hospital by 30 to 40%, and that's their lung function didn't increase that much, but their need to go into hospital, and this is proven in the clinical trials, was reduced by over 30%. So there's obviously massive savings going to be made there. Ironically, but it also means that our patients are living longer, and that's why you see us fighting for the 20-bed unit in Beaumont. And that's because our patients are now living into their 30s and 40s and 50s, when 20 years ago they were dying at 16 and 17, And that's the difference the care has made. And we just want to acknowledge the Irish health system in terms of those changes. And, we talk about all the bad things, but when you see how much things have moved on for our patients, you realise if the will is there, massive changes for the positive can be made.
With regard to Scotland, and you said you observed one of the PACE meetings, would it be fair to say that the advocates were there, that they were there on an equal footing? They were there and their contribution was...
We asked them afterwards and said, well, did the meetings change because they're also filmed, their podcasts, so that people can actually watch them. You have to book into it and stuff like that. But we said, did the meetings change when they started doing this? And they said, yeah, well, actually, they did for about 6 months. Everybody was so much more polite and everything else. But they said after 6 months, it got back to the way it was. So there was a bit of, I suppose when the Oireachtas was first filmed, there was probably a bit like that that as well, like, you know. But
Go back to being polite.
maybe it's better we go back.
Thank you, Deputy O'Reilly.
About other areas, and the whole area of transparency is something that we've been wondering why information is not more readily available, and we're told that, you know, that there are specific there's legislation that has to be abided by in terms of release of information and things like that. But we've looked at other jurisdictions in terms of the information that gets redacted and we looked at ours. And there seems to be more redaction happening in Ireland than in other jurisdictions. And we're curious as to why maybe that's the case. And it would be interesting, I mean, I think both from a release of confidentiality in terms of commercial confidentiality, but also from a public arena, there does seem to be more black marker used in Ireland than in other jurisdictions, and we're curious as to why that is.
Probably more said about by what's left out than what's in the public domain, maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
And before we go on to our next contributor, which is Senator Colin Burke, could I ask, there was a recommendation in the committee's report, recommendation 2, that there would be a review of the 2013 Act to see if there was any legislative barriers to the process. Have you been able to identify any legislative barriers in that Act that is inhibiting the provision of orphan drugs?
In terms of the Act itself, well, to be honest, when the Act came out, we found it was kind of a surprise.
We didn't know about it. We weren't consulted about it. We weren't asked to come into any committee. All of a sudden it appeared. There it is. You know, and it's surprising because there's so much other pieces of health legislation which have sat on the books for years. The Health Information Bill, the Human Tissue Bill, they still haven't been brought into an act. They were first brought into the door in 2009. You know, and then it's surprising, like, something can come in underneath the radar which nobody knows about. So really, I think that review needs to take place, but we certainly haven't been approached about the review, and we haven't had our opinion asked about it either.
No. And I think, again, coming back to Louise's question about other jurisdictions, certainly under the Health Act there are a number of criteria that are defined in which the reimbursement and assessment process is measured against. And certainly the 9 criteria offer a degree of flexibility, but I think in particular in terms of what we're talking about today for orphan drugs, certainly there are other countries that have managed to put in, I think, another level of criteria in which I think it greatly recognises the specific unmet need within more rare conditions. And I'm thinking particularly of Sweden. And it comes back to the other question that Sweden, I think, was able to put in these principles because it had a degree of trust from the public in the system being able to assess and evaluate and make decisions. But it also has a very well recognised national registry system. It has a health information system that is able to monitor effectiveness in a much more effective way than we currently have in Ireland. And it comes back to Stephen's point about that without an IT system and a national electronic health record for individual patients with individual identifiers as part of that, then what we're talking about in terms of personalised medicine, in terms of precision medicine, that definitely needs to be part of a national strategy. So, and the registries as well, the patient registries have a really, really important role to play and have been doing phenomenal work for a number of years with very little resources and are actually approaching, I would say, a tipping point in terms of their ability to sustain that. At the same time, are being really innovative in the way that they're bringing in new solutions for how patients can be effectively monitored so that they are taking their medication and you're being able to show the improvement in outcomes ultimately.
At the last hearings, there was a recommendation or a suggestion that dealing with orphan drugs needs to be different to dealing with your standard drug. And the legislation doesn't allow for a distinction between a standard drug or a common drug with an orphan drug. So there was a recommendation that the legislation would be reviewed to see if there was amendments to the legislation necessary to allow a different process to be undertaken in relation to orphan drugs. What would your view? Do you believe the legislation can accommodate orphan drugs in its present form, or does it need to be amended?
I would think that to a certain extent, changes can be incorporated under the current Act. However, it's very clear that the process is not sufficiently flexible to incorporate the specific needs of, in particular, drugs for orphan.
Just to that particular point, because when we had Sean Flanagan in here the last time you had him in at the committee, that question was asked, and he stated that the HSE has pushed the legislation as far as we can. So basically he was saying that what's there at the moment and what they're doing with it is resulting in the sort of decisions that they're making. So as you know, that I've done an amendment to the bill which I'm trying to get to second stage. I'll give you a copy of it. And it basically, there's 9 criteria. I've extended that to 12. I've added in 3 little additions, of which you've exactly spoke about previously, taking account into patient advocacy groups and giving orphan drugs a specific criteria that they're not qualitatively assessed, or that they're not quantitatively assessed, that they will be qualitatively assessed. And
I'll allow you in a more expansive manner in a few minutes. So thank you very much for those responses. I'm now going to go to Senator Colin Burke.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation here this morning. The whole area of orphan drugs is just one of the disadvantages that we have in Ireland is because of the size of the country and the population, and we don't, I suppose, a country with a large population like Germany is able to make progress at a faster rate. And just one of the recommendations in the report that we did is recommendation 13, and I know we have done an agreement in the last 5 months, and you're saying very little progress has been made as a result of that agreement, or there's no evidence of, working closer with other countries has really come into effect. I'm just wondering, on Ireland's approach on this matter, and our approach seems to be dealing with smaller countries, or countries with smaller populations, and I'm just wondering, would we be better off aligning ourselves with a country which has a bigger population, in that we're in a better position both in relation to assessment and then in relation to trying to deal with the price issue? Because one of the problems that we have, say for argument's sake, you have and I've come across it here, where there was a drug coming on the market which I think only 10 people in the entire 32 counties would have a benefit, and I think 6 would probably, out of the 10, 6 probably would have a real benefit in it. Therefore, you're talking about a very small core group of people, whereas if you were dealing with a country with a larger population, you would have probably more people would be benefiting from a particular drug. And I'm just wondering, should we look at that in a more comprehensive manner? The other issues in relation to assessment, we seem to be going through a huge and a long process for assessment, when the European medicines agencies may have already approved the drug. And I'm just wondering, in relation to assessment, should we not, and was a recommendation in our report about working with other countries in doing the assessment, rather than we have a team devoting all its time to doing the assessment here, when 3 or 4 other countries are doing the exact same thing. So in other words, there's a duplication. And I remember speaking to one pharmaceutical company where they had presented over 300 pages of documentation in relation to the research and development of a drug here. And I'm just wondering, the process seems to be drawn out when, at the same time, and we are in the European Union, the whole idea is that we would work together so that there would be benefits for everyone, and that you would take out and remove all of the duplication. So that's just one question I want to ask. The second one I want to ask is in relation to rare diseases. And I had a particular case, it was with EB. I remember Deborah Ireland coming to me about 5 years ago, and a very simple thing where, for instance, patients with EB, even if they had medical cards at the time, the cost of bandages was not covered by the medical card. And arranging a meeting with the medical card centre so that bandages could be made available on the medical cards for them. And I'm sure there are small areas which are being ignored because this is the regulation and we can't bend the rule on this. And I'm just wondering, is there a lot more that we could be doing to assist patients who have rare diseases where they don't fit into the criteria provided in regulation or legislation, and that we don't have a system within the health service to help them to get access to an improved level of care. And I think it's one of the problems that tends to arise in relation to people with rare diseases. And I suppose the final thing is just in relation to cross-border healthcare. As someone who was involved in that in Brussels in 2008, 2009, and it has now been transposed. Could we work together with other countries in relation to cross-border healthcare and remove some of the hurdles that we have here in this country about getting access to care by working with other countries in a far more progressive? We're doing it in a whole lot of other areas. Why can't we do it a lot more in healthcare? Because we seem to be not being able to do that at the moment.
Yeah, it was excellent questions. I think, and I know Vicky will talk about the cross-border one to begin with, is, the people, we work with the rare diseases group up there, and I'm from Belfast originally, you can tell from my accent, but they just feel utterly abandoned up there. They have no administration and Brexit as well, and they're very concerned, what services, cross-border services, are going to be affected by Brexit. And they're distraught is the only word, and I think we do need to reach out the hand to them a lot more than we do at the minute in terms of making sure that they are included. But we still have backs to the border. We still look at, everybody in the south looks at Dublin and everybody in the north looks at Belfast. When it's far too small an island really to be doing that. We really need to pool all our resources, and there are some fantastic services up in the north, and they're really developing the genetic services there, which I think we could avail of. The retina, I know operations are done some are done up in the north, and likewise there's patients with heart conditions are treated in the south. So I think we, as the Chief Medical Officer in Northern Ireland said, we just have to get on with it. In other words, in some ways we just have to try and ignore Brexit and what else, and the fact that there's no administration in the north, and we just have to make sure that those services work for our patients. So I think we shouldn't stop. We should continue to, enhance those services. I think are really, really important. Vicky, do you want to come in there?
I'll just jump back to your first question and then move into the European situation or the cross-border directive. So in terms of Benelux, it's 5 months in. I think we need to give them a little bit of time to do some work. But again, it comes down to transparency. Have they made any progress? What have they done? None of us seem to know. It's been signed, great, all the fanfare, and we just don't know. In the intervening period, has something happened? And I wouldn't throw it out as being because we want to go with a larger country. I think we need to let it bed down. I think this rolls very well in with the cross-border directive and what we refer to as the European reference networks. So essentially, coming down from the Commission, they have decreed that we need to work, Europe needs to work as one when it comes to rare diseases. There is no longer an Irish rare disease healthcare system. It is a European rare disease healthcare system. And by so doing, I would expect the likes of Benelux to work with the German authorities and the French authorities, and they will start to work together to do reimbursement for drugs across Europe. The chances are is that some of these therapies will only be made available as administered in 1 or 2 countries. They're so rare, there's so few patients, and the patients will end up having to travel. And that's how we will get access to it. We will get access to it because Ireland is signed up to these reference networks. Now, we're still in the very early stages. There are 24 networks. Some countries have representations in all 24. At the moment, we have representations in 2, but we understand that there's at least 21 applications supposed to go in at the next deadline, which the deadline hasn't been set. It's the challenge more than we're behind the ball or anything. So, by the middle of next year, we would expect to be in, at least to have the applications in and hopefully processed by the end of next year, that Ireland will be well represented in the European realm in terms of these reference networks. And they will provide a lot of solutions. They will provide some of this infrastructure that we're looking for around the registries and things like that. They will provide some of the infrastructure around, are we have the best care pathways. And I feel, it's a big burden to put on the European reference networks, but I think that some of these challenges, and pharma are looking for it. The real challenge that we face is that pharma will stop coming to Ireland and saying, right, we want to get a drug reimbursed here. Your population is too small. If they're dealing with Europe, there is some hope that, okay, it'll end up coming across. And it'll be a challenge for how our health system equates to Germany's. But that's the challenge that we have to address in the years ahead. But I think there is positives to be taken. But in the intervening period, we need to readdress the existing system and make sure that we don't fall behind. And for all of those other drugs and diseases that aren't termed as rare.
To complement that and to, I think, re-emphasise the point that Vicky's making, that the European reference networks, I think there's a certain degree of perception that they're just about service delivery. But to be honest, if you look at what the vision for the European reference networks, it's about data collection as well. And it's about harnessing the power of Europe to work for patients in individual countries. So in Ireland in particular, it would be, as part of the development of the new National Rare Disease Plan, to see much more emphasis and much more supports for the clinical leaders, but also the patients who are really leading playing leading roles in several of the European reference networks, to allow for greater Irish leadership in those reference networks, because really they will become, we believe, one of the major solutions for things like pricing and reimbursement and ultimately better assessment processes. And just on the joint clinical assessment initiatives that are being going through the European legislature at the minute. So the Commission's proposal for joint clinical assessments is something that we've been looking at and would be highly supportive of. I think that whereas there's differences in opinion in terms of individual member states as to how it affects their assessment processes, it certainly makes sense from a patient perspective and from a duplication perspective that there would be joint clinical assessments that would be applicable across jurisdictions. And there was a recent 14 patient umbrella groups on the European level released a statement about what the consensus position is from the point of view of patient involvement in that proposal. And we really feel that the patient involvement needs to be higher up in terms of the overall coordination of those efforts of joint clinical assessments. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Just a final one there about supports that should be made available to patients with rare diseases. They find that in a lot of cases they've no one to turn to, and I'm just wondering, could we have a better structure for giving support to people, where there are already existing care that could be provided for them, but they don't know how to access it. And I'm just wondering, do we need to do a lot more about getting information out there for people who are identified with rare diseases?
suppose it's the conditions are so diverse. Your point you're making is absolutely right, but I think we just need some of it that we need to give more visibility. And to get back to the point you made about EB, for example, and it's absolutely ridiculous that people have to pay for bandages when that's a core part of their medical treatment. And there is a kind of a grey area between what is a drug or what's a medication and what isn't, which definitely needs to be resolved. But also, just on that point is, without a universal health care system, we still have just the long-term illness scheme, which was brought in 1971, and that names about 34 conditions that basically get a universal health care system, and we're very lucky that CF is one of them. But there are so many other conditions, including many rare diseases, that are not named in that, but there should be equivalents. So I'm not saying get rid of the LTI scheme, but I think it should be expanded to cover a lot more conditions until we get a universal healthcare system in. That's really crucial as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watt. Now, Deputy John Brazel.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your presentation. I think I just wanted to point out that where we are as a country with orphan drugs in the European Medicines Agency has sanctioned 148 medicines for orphan drugs for rare diseases, and currently we reimburse 53 of those, which is about 35%. And other countries, England would be 68, Spain 75, Italy 84, France 116, and Germany 133. So we're at 35%. The best country would be Germany at 90%. And you take a country like Spain, whose economy wouldn't be going as well as ours, and they're at 50%. So we are at the lower end of reimbursement for drugs, for orphan drugs or drugs for rare diseases. And the NCP are aware of this, and we have been battling individual battles over, as Deputy Kelly pointed out, Respreza for Alpha-1, the Orkambi battle for CF. And it seems to be that if the lobby is strong enough, or if you have the unfortunate and tragic deaths of 2 patients, then the HSE will take notice. And as a result of my work as spokesperson in primary care, I've just tried to modify the bill, which this committee has stated needs to be modified, and it's been resisted at all ends. So I think that's kind of puts in context where we are with dealing with the NCPE and the HSE in trying to get a better model to get more drugs reimbursed and to give patients with rare diseases who are as deserving as anyone else of proper care some chance of either dealing with the symptoms or in some cases dramatically changing their lives. You made the point about the Rare Disease Technical Review Committee, which is a welcome addition. But I think the key point that you've recognised is they're not reviewing they're reviewing the decision made. They're not making the decision. So if you're reviewing a decision which is based on, in my opinion, a flawed process, then you're only going to find it very difficult to come up with a different decision. So I think we need to amend the 2013 Act. I think that certainly is my focus, and I think it should be yours as well, because unless we amend the process by which these drugs are being reviewed, we're fighting an uphill. We're in an uphill battle. And Derek, you made reference to Sweden. Sweden's model is a quality-based model, but they don't have an upper limit. So they allow the situations where you have maybe half a dozen patients suffering from one condition. You can't possibly get the type of data that's needed and meet the 45,000 threshold. So they look at it. And interestingly, in Sweden, these are 2015 figures, the proportion of health expenditure on medical goods in Ireland is greater than it was in Sweden. So again, the issue was brought, I think, by Deputy Donnelly about biosimilars. You know, the Pharmaceutical Association, the IPU, have identified over 3 years a potential saving of 307 million on biosimilars alone. And we're in here, like, you know, I met with patients suffering, with children suffering from spinal muscular atrophy when this drug called Spinraza, which revolutionized treatment. And the total cost of the system would be something like 9 million. And there's multiples of that available. So Rod, I think we really need to amend the Act to give orphan drugs some hope of being reviewed, because if you don't, as you pointed out, Vicky, the companies will just stop applying. You know, they know the answer is going to be no. So are they just going to waste time and resources applying for something that are going to be refused? And I think that will then have knock-on effects. And the last point I want to make is the company that made or can be, is it Vertex? Yeah. I met with them recently. You know, after all the battle and the argument and the protests and the marches and whatnot, that drug got reimbursed, and future iterations of it. And I believe that the next, or can be whatever it is called, is coming on stream shortly without any debate. And Vertex told me that their company are now looking for other countries to look at reimbursements in the way the agreement has been made in Ireland.
Sweden copied Ireland and Denmark as well.
It can be done, but Orkambi wasn't done because the NCPE suddenly saw the light. Orkambi was done because of the massive political pressure, the patient-centred demonstration and focus to get them to realise that they can no longer ignore what they are, make the decisions that they were making and not be challenged on it. And when they were challenged on it, they made the decision. So I don't know if there's any questions in there, if there's more a statement, but I'd appreciate if you would look at the bill that I'm...
I would say is that I think we need to use that power very responsibly, and I want to give assurance here today. Certainly my organisation would never campaign for a drug that we didn't believe in and didn't see the scientific evidence for. Our point was that the system was flawed so that no orphan drug would get passed, and that was the issue. It wasn't that's fundamentally why we were protesting. But it's great to see, I think, maybe as partly as a legacy for that, but also the work of all the groups, patient groups here, is that there are some reforms being put in place. But as I say, our key point at the end of the day is that the reforms need to be broader, and there needs to be a broader strategy put in place, which looks at things like costs and where the money's going to come from as well, rather than just simply tweaking, you know, a couple of patient representatives on here, and they're all welcome, all great, but it must be part of. And also, I think the other thing is really about how patient representatives get picked as well. You know, really, we want to set down a marker is that we should be electing our own representatives and not having them hand-picked by the HSE and the Department of Health, you know, which is, it's you know, there was an election for the Rare Disease Committee, which is to be very much welcome, but there's other processes which are happening day and daily where simply the HSE picks a particular patient or a particular organisation. And really, guys, those days are gone, really. You know, it needs to be a lot more fair than that, really, and transparent, you know.
And the last point I want to make was about the budget for orphan drugs. I've consistently sought for a figure that I can't get. And I think Deputy Donnelly raised this earlier as well. I mean, unless we have a specific budget, then it's very hard to compare, contrast, decide how much we should be spending, looking at savings down the line and how much of those savings will be reinvested in orphan drugs. So I think that's another area that we should really start insisting on, because I know they have the data, but they keep coming back and saying that they don't. But if you look at the application process for any company, one of the questions in it is orphan drugs classifications, yes or no. So it's in their application, so they know what's an orphan drug and what's not is, and what's not. Therefore, they can tell us how much they're spending on orphan drugs, but I think they just don't want to.
Just to reiterate the point about the national plan, that there is a specific recommendation in the national plan for a budget. It doesn't specify what the total amount, and it's not viewed as a target, but as a way in which we can actually effectively measure the spend. But it hasn't been touched really as part of the current plan, and we would certainly hope that as the new plan is being developed, it would be re-looked at in that context.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. And now, Deputy Durkan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I welcome our witnesses this morning. I would be very sympathetic to the issue of orphan drugs, particularly where it has been shown that they work and that there is a patient cohort that will benefit from them. And the problem that I see, and we've talked about this here many times in the past, is where do we determine? Where is the determination coming from? Is it at EU level as to their benefit, their safety? And there is a vetting system at EU level. But of course we have, as we found out at our own meeting here a year ago or so, we have an internal system which vets them again. I don't see the purpose of that exercise at all. I think if we are to have two systems, both of which we contribute to, the vetting system we have here is also represented at European level. It has to be. And the point about it is that when it comes down to it, the European Union is in the best position to dictate a price, to command a price in terms of cost. Because if you're dealing with 500 million people, and you're speaking on behalf of 500 million people, it's an awful lot stronger a case than speaking for 3 or 4, despite the good cause. Despite the good cause. It is the power of the market argument that we don't use in this country at all. We have an average of 14, I think, 14 named states, and the Benelux thing mentioned already is a classic example. Why doesn't it be 27? Could have been 28 up to this, but 27. Definitely from here on in. That means that whoever is vetting and is dictating the going rate in terms of costs to individual states, no individual state can have the same power unless the bigger states. So I would be strongly of the opinion that we have to get to that as early as possible. And incidentally, Mr. Chairman, I spoke about this 20, 30 years ago in another capacity. So it hasn't changed over the years. We're still operating on the basis of procurement on our own, standing on our own 2 feet, and it's not working, doesn't work, and won't work, and can't work. And the stupidity, I think, of having a duplicate system where we have one system operating at EU level and another system operating superimposed on that here, I think is daft to the extreme. I think the other thing that I would, and I acknowledge the benefit of patient representatives groups, but I would also balance that against the points raised by Deputy Louise O'Reilly, in the sense that we find ourselves in a very awkward position. We have the very telling tales of the patients on the one hand, and the lobby groups, and at the same time we have this amorphous system that we don't know how to deal with, and we cannot deal with. And there's one last point in that one, and that is that everything comes down to the cost in the final analysis. And incidentally, Deputy President, I think, makes a useful point about the 2013 Act. 2013 Act was framed and passed, and in the midst of the worst economic crisis this country, or any other country in Europe, ever had the unfortunate reason to deal with. So I think that it might be a good idea to examine that and go back to it again in a different light. But also a word of caution on that. We used to be told before the economic crash that we were one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Now this is a figment of our own imagination. We weren't, and we're not. And there's no use to pretend that we are. the wealth is made up of a whole series of things, of which housing and all goods and services traded all make that up. And of course, they tend to float with the market from time to time and can leave us very high and dry when the tide goes out. So we need to be cautious and careful that we don't walk ourselves into, not necessarily in respect of pharmaceuticals and health only, but in other respects as well. So we need to be cautious and careful about that. Diagnosis, Mr. Chairman, is an issue that I think is important, particularly with rare diseases. I can think of, and I know it's a rare disease, Guillain-Barré. It's a rare disease. I know 3, 4, 5 people who have been unfortunate enough to wake up in the morning and find themselves paralysed. No answer to it at all. And a considerable period in hospital while their case is examined before diagnosis eventually takes place. And sometimes on a haphazard basis. And I think that needs to be looked at, because I think that modern communication should make it much easier to compare cases across the country and across the continent, for that matter. And then they're not incurable. These ones are not incurable. Like the same people walk around 6 months later after they've been diagnosed. They have to go a long route through it and learn to walk again and such that rehabilitation, etc. But it happens. So I would list early diagnosis as being of considerable economic benefit in that entire area. And I would be one of the people who would be strongly in favour of utilising as much as possible. And the last point I want to make, I've made reference to it already. I think that we need to have one adjudicating system, one only. It's either European or it's here. We do it one way or the other. There's no use doing it twice, because there's a cost involved in that as well. I think the utilisation from a safety point of view of new drugs, orphan drugs or whatever, on the market, I think is of paramount importance. I was a member of this House years in the past when there was considerable anxiety and questions raised about the manner and methodology used to test the drugs and the people on whom the tests were carried out. And there was considerable controversy at the time. And that still remains, has to be one of the issues that we consider in the context of what we're doing. And I think that's otherwise, I think, you know, we need to move on. We need to remove the emotional situation that arises on a daily basis, where it requires a huge amount of publicity or attention to be drawn to a particular condition before there's a response. But that response has to be tempered by the ability of the state. And we come back to the situation then, how much does a life cost? And that point was raised already by Deputy O'Reilly.
Thank you, Deputy Durkan. I'm just conscious of the fact that we have the HSE and the NCPE outside. So was there a specific question in that, Deputy Durkan?
Just mine was a comment. I think is a really important principle. The EMA make the decision and then it goes to individual countries. I think you're right, there's a huge amount of inefficiency in that process. I suppose it's really the government, whether they're willing to put their trust in the EMA and it doesn't become an economic burden that they are unwilling to shoulder is the question. But from a principle point of view, it just makes so much more sense. The EMA makes the decision on a drug, and then potentially it's all European countries negotiating at once with the drugs company, so you have much better leverage to get a better price. It just makes so much more sense. But I don't think the HSE are ready for that at the minute. But it's certainly, I think it's a principle worth working towards. I think, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Watt. And finally, Senator Conway-Walsh.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. I have a few questions. I really do want to thank you for the work that you're doing as well. I suppose I'm following two drugs in particular, and that's Translarna and Spinraza. And I suppose that's what brought me to the whole thing of the rare diseases. I'm not a permanent member of this committee. And what's been really shocking to me is the lack of transparency, and it was mentioned here several times. And we see, when you don't have the transparency, you don't have the trust. And that's the real issue that we need to tackle. As I see it, there's two issues. There's the transparency as we are here, and also the delays and the blockages that are within the system. And then it's how quickly we can get to a European situation where we have the Benelux benefits, say, kicking in, that people are going to really benefit from that. So my first question probably is, are there specific things we can do to bring transparency to the process as it is at the moment?
Well, it kind of comes back to my previous point about what they do in Scotland and also what they do in the UK. I mean, I think the point was made earlier as to comparing the NCPE to what other jurisdictions use to assess. I think there's a great value in having that independent scientific assessment process that is
and because I have a limited time because they're outside the door as well. How long does it take to for approval in Scotland, on average?
In terms of the approval times, I wouldn't be privy to that information. All I know in terms of in Ireland, there was a recent analysis done by the NCPE in terms of the assessment process, which to everybody here is quite transparent. But in terms of maybe the reasons and the steps along that process where there was a stop clock or there was a gap, that's only recently been done through a manual process in the NCPE. We don't have the equivalent on the reimbursement side at all in Ireland, and as far as I'm aware, in Scotland, they don't have that kind of breakdown either, and that's certainly something we'd like to see more of in terms of when the clock stops, what's it due to?
That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. Is it a blockage, a human blockage, or is it a lack of resources, or what is it?
I think that in terms of getting a real-time analysis of that, I think it's very difficult to get, because it's obviously it's a confidential negotiation. So you'd only get that information in retrospect once a negotiation has been completed.
Yeah, I think it's an obscure. Are you clear at all on the cost-benefit analysis that's used? How many negative or positive externalities are taken into account, or how the decision is come to? Is it long, short, medium term?
We certainly would argue they generally tend to look at one particular aspect of a disease and say, how does the drug impact on that? And kind of what we've been arguing and why there's need for a bigger review is that these new drugs are impacting in a much more holistic way, so that really the drug needs to be measured on 4 or 5 different endpoints, not just one. And quality of life, of course, is absolutely vital in terms of that, and that really has to be taken absolutely seriously. But I think at the end of the day, you can have all the processes in place, and the Scottish system is very good, but the point that you're making is what are the outcomes and what are the results, and certainly we would remain suspicious if all these new processes are put in place and we still find that Ireland is the only country in Europe that doesn't approve a particular drug. Why is your suspicions are definitely aroused when it's available in most other European countries.
And that's the point. I suppose the European Medicines Agency, is it worth anything? Is it of any value at all? Surely if are their standards less than the standards we have here? Is the treatment, or these are often for children, is a child different in another country than it is here? Why don't we take the European Medicines Agency's decisions and say, okay, right, now we're here. What's the other part we need to get in order to get it approved in our own country? I can't understand why we keep reinventing
I think just to clarify, I guess, the European Medicines Agency says whether a drug is safe.
That's right.
And effective.
Yeah.
Does it do what it says on the tin? They do nothing around pricing. They don't.
I understand that completely, but that's why. Yeah,
and the question is then, should we add that on to the EMA? Should it be the next stage of the EMA where Europe comes together? Yeah. And I think with the reference networks and stuff, it will slowly move in that direction. But in the intervening period, we need to do something to cover ourselves, I guess.
And you see, time is what we don't have, as you know, in a lot of these cases. I've had huge issues with the cost as well, because the cost isn't negotiated. So you're taking a headline cost and you're working out your cost-benefit analysis on that. But you can't hope to do that. When the drug company is given a cost expecting it to be negotiated, rightly so, would happen in any business negotiation, and it's not being negotiated by the HSE, I mean, how can you hope to have an outcome that would be positive in that situation?
I actually defend the HSE a bit because actually, you know, even in terms of our own experience around where it can be, and they got a massive reduction in terms of what was offered originally. You know, I can't reveal the price, but also they brought this innovative system is where if there's better drugs come along in the future, we'll automatically get those, and that's now being copied by other countries. So there are occasions when they can get it right as well, you know, and we need to build on that good practice too.
It needs to be got right all the time because it certainly was not done in Translarna.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And 22 other countries.
And we could see, you know, I went to the annual conference of the Duchenne muscular dystrophy children, and you know, to see that they have like a window of 2 or 3 years, and if they don't get the medication, you know, they'll go into a wheelchair straight away. They won't be able to walk. You know, so you know, absolutely, you know, those medications are available broadly in the rest of Europe. It's hard to see why, other than the cost seems to be the factor why they're not being brought.
The delays in the Benelux and the impact from there, we know with Spinraza that has been improved in all of the Benelux countries. Surely we can take that and use that as a lever here to give it, because again, with these children are being admitted to ICU, you have all of those costs as well as the distress of everything. So it even taking the whole inhumane thing out of it, just the additional costs and all that are building up by trying to.
I guess the question comes down to, are we willing to even pay the price that Benelux have negotiated? I don't know. I think just before we finish up, there is, in the very short term, I think the big thing that we as patients and patient organisations would like to see happening is a little bit of the opening up of what's this relationship between the pharma and the HSE. We have no visibility. Things go into what we term as the black box. I think opaque is a nice phrase to use, but with no visibility, and it could be a year, 2 years, 3 years. Now, in the intervening period, we're hearing anecdotally from industry, because industry are far more willing to discuss this with us than not, that they've had a meeting or they haven't had a meeting, or a phone call we've had, or an email said. But the fact that there's no visibility around that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges that we face in the short term, and it would be an easy thing to address, I believe, to say at least there was a communication and this was what it was in broad terms, or they held a meeting and they've promised to come back in 3 months' time. You know, I think that would help us a lot in the short term, and then we look at rebuilding the systems and stuff like that.
The fact that the clinicians aren't involved in the decision making, you know, we're lucky in this country of this size that we have really well qualified clinicians, and their opinions are just dismissed. I mean, you would have to say that there is a protectionism within the system that isn't serving either the clinicians and certainly not the families and the people who need the solutions and need the treatment to the diseases.
And I would say there's a cynicism as well. I talked to pharmacoeconomics people from across Europe recently, and they all seem to have the sense that patient groups are somehow in the pocket of pharma companies. You know, like there's a cynicism there, and I mean it's really insulting, to be honest. You know, I think as patient groups we'd be betraying our patients if we ever advocated for a drug which wasn't effective. It would be disgusting. Am I right? So I think, you know, we need to maybe be more robust in showing that. But clinicians get accused of the same because they're involved in clinical trials and so on. I mean, it's so simplistic and so wrong, and I think it needs to be challenged, really. You know.
Thank you very much,
The Minister
Mr. Watt.
needs to challenge it.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Cahill. Thank you.
So, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Watt and Ms. McGrath and Mr. Mitchell, for coming in to give your evidence this morning. Of course, you'll wait or observe the next session. We're now going to suspend for a few moments to allow the next witnesses to take their seats. Thank you. And just to welcome the witnesses to the second session, the committee will continue its consideration of the implementation of its recommendations contained in the report on evaluation of orphan drugs, which was published in February last. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome to the meeting Professor Michael Barry, Clinical Director of the National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics in the HSE, Mr. John Hennessy, National Director of Acute Strategy and Planning in the HSE, Mr. Sean Flanagan, Chief Pharmacist, HSE Corporate Pharmaceutical Unit, and Mr. Finian Judge, Principal Officer, Community Pharmacy, Dental, Oral and Oral Policy Unit, Department of Health. Just some housekeeping matters. I wish to draw your attention to the fact that by virtue of Section 17(2)(l) of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect to their evidence to this committee. However, if you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. I also wish to advise you that any opening statements you have made to the committee may be published on the committee's website after the meeting. Members are reminded of the long-standing parliamentary practice to the effect that they should not comment on, criticise or make charges against a person outside of the Houses or an official, either by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. I'd now like to ask Mr. Finian Judge to make your opening statement, please.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the Chairman and the Committee for the invitation to attend the meeting this morning to discuss the report on evaluating orphan drugs. I'm accompanied by Mr. John Hennessy, HSE National Director of Acute Strategy and Planning, Mr. Sean Flanagan, Chief Pharmacist in the HSE, and Professor Michael Barry, Clinical Director of National Centre for Pharmacoeconomics. In March of this year, the Department of Health received the Committee's report on evaluating orphan drugs, which included a number of significant recommendations around the assessment and reimbursement process for orphan drugs. Some of those recommendations concern the policy and statutory framework underpinning the process, with the remainder focusing on the evaluation and reimbursement process, including the clinical criteria deployed in that evaluation. At the outset, I want to say that the 2013 Act is a very comprehensive piece of legislation which provides for a range of important matters, one of which is the criteria which the Health Service Executive shall have regard to when making reimbursement decisions for new medicines. The Act also includes provisions on interchangeable products, rules around the establishment and maintenance of the reimbursement list, and provision in relation to reference pricing, among others. The Committee in its report has focused on that part of the Act which concerns the evaluation process for new medicines for inclusion on the reimbursement list. In that respect, I wish to inform the Committee that since the publication of the Committee's report, the Department has been engaging with the HSE and the NCPE in seeking to address the various recommendations contained in that report on the framework and process for assessing orphan drugs. I am going to address those recommendations which were directed at the Minister or Department of Health, and my colleagues beside me from HSE and NCPE will address those recommendations around the evaluation and reimbursement process, including the clinical criteria that pertains to evaluation, because that function, as you know, is vested in the HSE under statute. The Minister for Health is satisfied that the Oireachtas has put in place a robust legal framework in the Health Pricing and Supply of Medical Goods Act 2013 for the assessment and reimbursement of medical goods. The Act gives full statutory powers to the HSE to assess and make decisions on the reimbursement of all medicines, and includes detailed criteria which the Executive is required to have regard to when making those decisions. The Act has put in place a clear statutory framework by which new products must be assessed by the HSE, and ensures that decisions are made on an objective and scientific basis. The Act provides for a fair, transparent and rigorous process for the assessment of all drugs, which has delivered tangible results for patients. The Minister is satisfied that there are no legislative barriers to the reimbursement of orphan drugs as distinct from any other drugs, and is further satisfied that the rule set that pertains to the assessment of all drugs does not discriminate against orphan drugs. In fact, the criteria that applies to the evaluation process, which is contained in Schedule 3 of the 2013 Act, allows sufficient scope for the HSE to take on board the particular circumstances that pertain to orphan drugs, and my colleagues from the HSE NCPE can elaborate further on that. The committee in its report rightly identifies that increasingly drugs are being developed to target very rare conditions, and that these drugs often come with very high list prices. In that respect, the HSE is required under the Act to have regard to the funding challenge that these drugs represent. It does this by drawing on the criteria contained in the Act, including the potential or actual budget impact of the drug in question and the cost effectiveness of meeting health needs by supplying a particular item rather than providing other health services. These are difficult decisions, but recognise the core challenge of the availability of finite resources in the face of ever-competing demands. The committee recommended the appointment of an independent person to conduct a review of the current process and its role in orphan drug availability. In that respect, I wish to inform the committee that the Department is preparing to undertake a review of the governance arrangements that apply to the internal HSE process. That review will examine the systems, structures and resources which support the decision-making process in relation to reimbursement. The committee also, in its report, expresses support for collaboration with other EU countries and member states. In that respect, the Minister is very much in agreement with the committee. In fact, the challenge of accessing innovative medicines at an affordable price is one shared by most, if not all, developed countries. Demographic change will have to be managed along with a continually growing pipeline of new and innovative medicines, many of which come with asking prices that risk being unaffordable and unsustainable. It is estimated that in the region of 45 new molecules are due to receive market authorisation in Europe each year over the next 5 years. It is in this high-tech space, including orphan drugs, that the greatest challenges will arise in the years ahead. Already, expenditure on the high-tech arrangement, through which the majority of new high-cost medicines, including orphan drugs, are funded, has increased from about €400 million in 2012 to close to €700 million this year. That level of growth presents a major challenge for government and the HSE, and is the reason why Ireland is working with other countries in Europe to develop common solutions to what is a universal problem. One significant development since the publication of the committee's report was Ireland joining the Benelux Initiative on Pharmaceutical Policy in June of this year. This collaboration will support the Minister's objective of cooperating with other European countries to identify workable solutions in an increasingly challenging environment. As the committee acknowledges in its report, this is a long-term strategy, but a strategy that we expect will complement existing domestic policy in this area. To conclude, I want to say that while the Department has not undertaken a formal review of the Act in its entirety, it has, in conjunction with the HSE and the NCPE, considered in detail the committee's report and the various recommendations contained in it. There has been substantial engagement between the Department, the HSE and NCPE on each of those recommendations, and I am pleased to be able to say that apart from the policy developments that I have outlined, there have been a number of significant changes at operational level in the assessment and reimbursement process within the confines of the Act itself, which address a number of the recommendations in the Committee's report. I will hand over to my colleagues in the HSE NCPE to elaborate on those operational developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Judge. And now, Mr. Hennessy, please, your opening statement. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you again for the invitation to attend the meeting on orphan drugs. As Finian has mentioned there, I'm joined by my colleagues Professor Michael Barry and Mr Sean Flanagan and Mr Ray Mitchell as well from our Parliamentary Affairs Unit. Our preparation for today has focused on the committee's report on this issue of February 2018 and on the measures taken or underway to address the recommendations contained in the report. Finian has covered the main policy and legislative elements, so I'll focus on the operational aspects. In relation to Recommendation 4, I wish to confirm that discussions have commenced with the pharmaceutical sector in relation to clarity on pricing and measures to speed up the negotiation process. These discussions have also explored the issue of risk sharing and post-approval review in order to ensure that ongoing expenditure is justified by evidence of clinical effectiveness. In relation to Recommendation 6 and 7, a high degree of communication already exists between the HSE and the pharmaceutical sector and, of course, with patient advocacy groups. However, steps have been taken to strengthen this engagement through additional resourcing at both NCPE level and within the corporate pharmaceutical unit, which is intended to enable representation to be considered both at HTA and negotiation stages. Routine engagement with the pharmaceutical industry is also in place, and the composition of the drugs group has been expanded to include patient representation and more clinical expertise in the area of rare diseases. Enhancements also have covered medicine for older persons and medical ethics. The HSE has also written to the hospital groups in relation to the importance of having a clear understanding in place and informed consent arrangements in place prior to the commencement of clinical trials and compassionate access programs. The establishment of a specific budget for high-tech and orphan drugs is also being examined and was one of the recommendations of the report. However, to a large extent, this is already in place in that high-tech and orphan drugs, by and large, are funded centrally at present, rather than through individual hospital budgets. The measures now underway to strengthen the representation of rare diseases in the assessment process and to involve patient representation and medical ethics should also refine the process of assessing medicines in the manner intended and recommended by the committee. The issues highlighted in Recommendation 10 of the report are being pursued further with the HRB, which we think would appear to be the most obvious route to try and influence research and collaboration with the university sector. In relation to Recommendation 12, the HSE has established a National Rare Disease Technology Review Committee. The role of this committee is to enable clinicians and other stakeholders to input into the assessment process and post-HTA into the review proposal, the prescribing guidelines, etc., for further consideration by the drugs group. This is designed to operate similar to the NCCP Therapeutic Review Committee, which has been operating successfully. Such guidelines will, where appropriate, include recommendations in relation to the prescribers who should be enabled to access orphan medicines. And I might ask my colleague Professor Barry to elaborate a little bit more on the work of this group. A model of care has also been prepared by the HSE's clinical programme for rare diseases, which aims to improve access to care for patients with rare conditions and improve value and quality of services generally in this area. The process for evaluating applications was covered in substantial detail at our meetings with the committee in 2017, so I won't repeat those details other than to emphasise again that the criteria for assessment are as outlined in the legislation. That's the Health Pricing and Supply of Medical Goods Act 2013, and as set out specifically in Section 19(4) of that Act. The important point to bear in mind is that the legislation requires the HSE to have regard to the cost effectiveness and clinical benefits of the product that are being applied for. The particular features that relate to orphan conditions are obviously considered during the assessment process, and factors such as clinical effectiveness and in particular the number of potential patients that may be affected are clearly set out in the reports compiled. As the committee is well aware, I'm sure the HSE currently spends in excess of €2 billion per year on drugs and medicines, and on a per capita basis the Irish Health Service continues to be one of the highest spenders on medicines in the OECD area, with expenditure still increasing on an annual basis. So I might hand over to Professor Barry, now Chairman, for further comment on the Rare Diseases Technology Group.
Thanks, John. Thanks to the Chair, and thanks to the members for inviting me here today. Just to follow on from what John said there, in relation to access to medicines and technologies for people with rare diseases, Recommendation 30, which is on page 54 of the National Rare Diseases Plan, suggested the establishment of an assessment system similar to that for cancer therapies established under the National Cancer Control Programme. This is what the HSE has implemented and setting up the Rare Diseases Technology Review Committee. The aim of the committee is to facilitate patient and clinician perspectives to be incorporated into an agreed statement which will be presented to the HSE Drugs Group to help it in its reimbursement recommendations. It's important to remember that the Rare Diseases Technology Review Committee is not a voting or a decision-making forum. It merely provides advice to the Drugs Group. I was asked by the HSE to establish and to chair the Rare Diseases Technology Review Committee, and I was very happy to take on that task. Membership of the committee includes myself, the chair, the clinical lead for the HSE Rare Diseases Programme, 5 consultant physicians with an expertise in rare diseases, 2 pharmacists, 1 health technology assessor, 1 representative from the Health Information and Quality Authority, and 2 patient representatives help us on the committee. So that's 13 members. The first meeting of the committee was held on the 15th of October 2018, and the second meeting was held on the 8th of November 2018. And there were also other meetings held with patient representatives on the 8th of November and also on the 30th of October. We also held a meeting with the manufacturer of nusinersen on the 30th of October.
And have we copied this? Has anyone else got it?
No.
None of us have a copy of this.
So,
was there a statement?
Yeah, it was submitted.
When was this submitted?
We
can arrange a copy.
I don't want to hold up the meeting because I think, but just I want to make sure I wasn't the only one who didn't see it.
We can certainly arrange.
Was it submitted this morning?
No, a few days ago.
Yeah.
We can get it circulated now.
Yeah. I just wanted to give the committee a flavour of what's actually going on.
So we just didn't
Yeah.
have it.
So that was 5 meetings in 24 days, and I suppose it's a testimony to the significant work done by committee members, which do it out of their own time and unpaid, it has to be said. The committee is focused on 2 medications to date, Ciproterin or Cuvan for phenylketonuria and nusinersen or Spinraza for the treatment of spinal muscular atrophy, SMA. The committee recommended, and I suppose an example, recommended to the HSE Drugs Group in relation to Ciproterin or Cuvan that it be considered under a managed access programme. In other words, where clinical criteria were laid down for starting and indeed for stopping the medication if it was not working. I'm pleased to say that that was taken by the HSE Drugs Group, who made a positive recommendation in relation to Cuvan, and that's good news. Clearly the funding issue has to be decided on by leadership. We are at the moment preparing a Rare Disease Technology Review Committee recommendation in relation to nusinersen for spinal muscular atrophy, and that we hope to submit that to the Drugs Group shortly. So that's a flavour of how the new committee is working. Thank you, Chairman.
Professor Barry, thank you very much. So Deputy Donnelly is our first contributor. Deputy Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming in this morning. It's very much appreciated, and thank you for all the work that you do. Obviously, this is a very sensitive and important area. I have various process questions as to how things are being improved and where the process can be improved. But I just want to ask you first about both Spinraza and Translarna, if I may. With Translarna, there was an application received in September. Yesterday we got a letter saying the application is now reaching concluding stages and will be tabled for discussion at the December HSE leadership meeting, and Mr Hennessy, you said you'd reverse. There was a letter from you, and thank you for that. Can I ask, obviously there are a lot of parents well, actually a small number of parents, because it affects not a huge number of children, but can I ask, for those who are waiting, obviously time is critical, when would you expect to have a decision one way or the other? And can I ask, for those parents and the children as well, is the decision that we are waiting on whether or not, is it a therapeutic clinical decision, or is it a funding decision, or is it both? Can I ask that first, Chair? Thank you.
Mr. Hennessy, thank you.
On Translarda, that application has concluded the assessment process through the drugs group, and as you say, it's listed for the December leadership meeting. The decision on that I'd expect to be immediate after the December meeting, but there are affordability issues currently being dealt with as part of the service plan preparation for 2019, and there are aspects of that that are still outstanding. The service plan, of course, will also be concluded by then, hopefully, and that should clear up matters in relation to the affordability side.
Thank you. So just on the affordability side, I guess the question for the parents and the children is, when can they expect to get a yes or a no or a half yes or any answer on this so that they might actually access the drug?
Certainly by the end of the year.
By the end of this year?
Yeah.
So in the next 6 weeks?
Yes.
Thank you very much. On Spinraza, the process has been going on for some time, obviously. In May 2017, it was approved by the EMA, and then an application was received in October of last year. In December of last year, we were told that the NCPE completed its HTA and said no at the current price. So my understanding is we have a yes on the impact of the drug at a clinical level. There was a no on the price based on the analysis the NCPE does. Now, responses to PQs from October, and we're getting the same response now, was that it is now with the Rare Disease Review Committee and the HSE Drugs Group and the HSE Leadership Team. So obviously same question. There's a number of men, women and children desperately waiting for an answer and hoping for a positive answer. When will they expect to hear either way from all of the different groups to basically give them a yes or a no? And if it is a yes, when would they then expect to have access to that drug?
I suppose from the Rare Disease Technology Review Committee, we, as I say, we first met on the 15th of October. It was very high on our agenda, and we met again on the 8th of November. We also met with patients and families who presented really well to the group and demonstrated what it is to live with spinal muscular atrophy. At the moment, the committee is putting together a report which will be sent to the drugs group within weeks, and that will outline really how one might come around the prescribing areas. Who would you prescribe it for? What would be the criteria to start prescribing nusinersen? Would there be criteria that you might discontinue it if it wasn't working? Because some of the trials show that up to 50% of people will not respond. So that's the kind of document that's being prepared right now. The draft which has been prepared, I'm anticipating that in the next 2-3 weeks that will go to the drugs group, and that really is where the Rare Diseases Committee, that's our task, if you like. So I would imagine then, and Sean might talk about the drugs group, I would imagine that will be taken into consideration before the end of the year. Is that right, Sean?
The question you're asking in relation to Spinraza is not a question we can give a time limit on or guarantee or make any guarantee. To be honest, our responsibility here in front of the committee is to make honest testimony. So, as context, the drugs group has reviewed Spinraza on 5 separate occasions to date and hasn't been able to accept that it could, at the cost that is in front of it, which is a commercially improved offer from the original, approve it. I'm not a member of the group. I'm a secretary of the group, and I'm non-voting because I'm involved in the commercial negotiations. Clearly, it's better to separate me from that. But so it's very hard to put a time limit on that, to be honest, because it involves the difference is that Translarna has gone past the drugs group and is at the senior leadership team. There's a step where the drugs group has to make a deliberation. That drugs group has a responsibility in terms of the Act to give the HSE advice. It hasn't given that advice yet, and I can't guarantee that. We can't guarantee that it'll be positive, and we wouldn't say it would be negative either. That isn't something we could make a comment. You're basically asking us to make a guarantee around something that is in a process that is ongoing.
I'm not. No.
In terms of the timeline, I can't give you.
I'm just asking because obviously I'm not asking for a guarantee on approval of the drug. I hope that you can get it to a price where it is approved, and we all hope that it happens soon. The problem is, of course, we're all acutely aware, and we're all trying to achieve the same thing, is that it is a degenerative disease, and every week and every month matters. I'm aware. I'm just cognizant of the fact that the NCPE said no at the current price a year ago, or 11 months ago. So there's been 11 months. You're before committee. I know you can't give any guarantees, but 11 months since the NPE said no, I don't think it feels acceptable that you would say, I can't even give you a broad timeline.
But I think what I'm saying, just for the record, in that 11 months, there's been, I can't remember if it's 6 or 7 meetings with the pharmaceutical company around commercial negotiations. The commercial negotiations are over; they're finished. To the best of our knowledge, the company has made clear it's made its best offer and it's not moving any further. The drugs group has looked at the drug, and again, in a committee like this, it's difficult to get into the complexity. But there isn't one decision to be made. There are 3 separate decisions. There is SMA Type 1, there is SMA Type 2, and there's SMA Type 3. And there's a huge heterogeneity or huge variation in the level of evidence for each of those. What the drugs group has previously said, and this is, I've no difficulty going on the record with this because this has been communicated, is that for Type 1, the drugs group would definitively want access on the basis of the evidence. The evidence is robust and it feels it would want access. It made an offer to Biogen. That offer wasn't acceptable to Biogen. Biogen made a counter offer to the state. That offer hasn't been acceptable to date on Type 1. On Type 2 and Type 3, it's been a far more challenging issue because the evidence is far less robust. And I think that's...
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Thank you. Yeah. Can I ask you, though, if we assume that the sort of best and final offer has been made by the pharmaceutical company, and obviously that can change, but if that is the case, can you not then give the parents a broad outline? It sounds like the negotiations are concluded and now it's a question for the state. Surely then we should be able to give an indicative view as to how long the state is going to take to make these decisions.
I can give you timelines.
Yeah.
Look, working on the assumption that the rare diseases provides a report relatively imminently, there is a drugs group meeting in December. It already has 5 items on the agenda because there are multiple medicines going through the process, including multiple orphan drugs. Yeah. In the last, say for example, in the last 12 weeks, we've had 3 meetings of the drugs group and there's been 18 drugs assessed and reviewed at the drugs group meeting. So on roughly you can get through 6 a day. You can get through 6 a time. Okay, so at the moment, we have 4 items on that agenda. If it can get onto that agenda, it will be dealt with on that agenda. But there are steps in the process, and we have multiple other drugs and multiple other patients who also deserve the same responsibility. I think, again, just to give you context for the challenges that the state is facing, in 2018 to date, the drugs group has made positive recommendations around medicines that will cost the state $300 million over the next 5 years. So there is a huge amount of money flushing through in positive recommendations through that process. That's a hugely challenging position for the state to now have to try and fund. And included in that are a lot of orphan drugs, there are orphan drugs with positive recommendations. The reality is, nursing from an evidence point of view, notwithstanding that it is a horrific disease where everybody recognises the unmet need, and particularly recognises the unmet need for the Type 1 patients, it is hugely challenging in terms of evidence, and it is hugely challenging in terms of cost effectiveness.
So
and even at the commercial offer, I should say. And in terms of, we would love to be able, I would love to be able to put out onto it is public money, and I would love to be able to put out into the public domain what the offer is, but I am actually constrained, not by my own constraints, but by the company's constraints.
No, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just looking for timelines. So if it is discussed, if it does get onto the December agenda, could you just tell us, is that the deciding body, or does it then go back? The drugs group is put in place to make recommendations to the senior leadership team of the HSE, because from a statutory point of view, it is the senior leadership team of the HSE that has to sign the cheque, in effect. So and the sequence, the way it goes is, if we, say for example, drugs that are in the drugs group in October, if they get a positive or a negative recommendation, they go on to the agenda of the next leadership team meeting. held every month?
Monthly.
Every month. Yeah. So it could be that it's on the agenda for...
Who's on the...
That group that review group that meets every month?
Both groups review it. The drugs group that meets every month.
The drugs group, who's on it, yeah?
Who's on it? We can get you the membership. That's not a problem. There are clinicians. There are representatives from each of the divisions. That's been released, I'm pretty sure, in PQs and been provided to the Oireachtas, but we can get you the list.
Basil, I will let you in just to keep some structure.
So if it does get on the agenda for the drugs group for December, a recommendation one way or the other, or potentially somewhere in between, will go to the HSE.
Right, it'll be type 1, type 2, type 3.
Sure.
Likely, yeah.
That recommendation then goes to the HSE leadership team, which would discuss it at a January meeting. Is that how that works?
It usually, it normally follows the next available leadership meeting.
Yeah.
So realistically, Deputy, I think from where you're going, it's an early 2019 referral to the leadership team, but subject to the outcome of deliberations with the technology review.
And so it's the HSE leadership team, whenever it does get there, is that the team, the final stamp that says yes, no, or somewhere in between? Okay, thank you very much for that. Can I ask Professor Barry?
Can I just say, just to clarify, that is if there's a budget impact. If a medicine is cost saving, the HSE will obviously, if you're spending money, it is the Director General and the directors and the HSE senior leadership team that must sign it. There are some medicines that cost, the net cost is not additional, so those ones we obviously clearly accelerate quite
great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I just want to ask a process point. Professor Barry, you've made the point, and I fully agree with you, that the state for orphan drugs should pay on an outcomes basis. So we have a drug, be it Spinraza or something else, let's say it works on 1 in 5 people. It's not cost effective to provide ongoing treatments for all 5. So we can provide them, identify the one it works for, stop, not always easy to stop, but stop the treatment for those it doesn't work for and have protocols in place for that. And that can be politically very difficult and administratively very difficult, but it has to be done. And that we pay for the one. Now, I've put your point to several of the bigger pharmacos who are providing some of these fantastic drugs, and they were very positive. They said they want to do it as well, and they actually gave me examples of other countries they're doing them in. And what they said was the problem here is not, the impression I got was that the pharmacos weren't up for it. I'm not saying you said that, I'm saying that was what I had assumed. They said, no, that's not the case at all. They said the problem in Ireland is you don't actually have fairly straightforward IT systems in place to track the patients and therefore be able to do this. Can I check with you, is that your understanding? Is the barrier to this payment by outcomes, which hopefully would allow for more of these quite wonderful drugs, is one of the big barriers that we don't yet have the IT systems in place?
I think what you're referring to there is as what we would say managed access programs, having specific starting criteria, having finishing criteria, or stopping criteria if it's not working. To be honest, I don't think there are IT barriers to it because, for example, if you look at, say, nusinersen, you're not talking about a lot of patients. It's easy, it should be relatively easy to track some of these patients and their outcomes. I think the focus on managed access programs has really come in with the Rare Diseases Technology Review Committee, because that's part of what the committee looks at. If you like, it doesn't focus on cost effectiveness, it doesn't focus on money, it focuses on clinical outcomes and obviously from the point of view of patients and patient representatives. So I think it's a question of just the system focusing in on managed access programs. I think they can be delivered. I think where the challenge is if you have much larger numbers, then I take your point, then that could be. But for the conditions we're talking about, they're not large numbers and it should be eminently possible to do it. And I think You're right. I mean, I think the idea of a managed access programme is that we know from the trials say that 50% of patients may not respond to the drug. And I don't think anybody wants to be funding really expensive drugs like Spinraza, for example, €500,000 in the first year and €250,000 per patient in the second year and onwards. So I think it's trying to do the best we can and to ensure that people who respond to the drugs actually get them.
Thank you. I have time for one last question, Chair. Thank you. I want to ask about the alleged delay in Ireland getting some of these drugs onto the market, right? So you may disagree, but certainly it has been put to me by patients, patient advocacy groups, clinicians and the pharmaceutical companies that Ireland is very slow relative to other EU countries in getting the drugs to market. Spinraza, for example, I think it is, Translarna, there's 22 other countries. It was...
Sorry, I don't interrupt, but I would question the 22.
Okay, fine. That's fine. But it is being put by quite a number of people that we seem to be slower than others for whatever reason. What's being put to me, fairly or unfairly, is that actually the NCPE is pretty good, moves pretty quickly, is quite transparent in what it does. Whether one agrees or not with the full process, that's what happens. The EMA, obviously at the European level, is pretty good, it's tipping along. And that things seem to get very slow and stuck when they move from the NCPE into the department stroke the HSE. Now, I'm not making the allegation, I'm asking, because it has been made to me by numerous groups, and that once we get to the sort of department HSE level, that it does become quite opaque, and there isn't the level of interaction that certainly people are looking for. Can I ask you, do you think that's fair, or is it even accurate in terms of us being slower? And if so, what are the 1, 2 or 3 things we can do to make the process more transparent and quicker? Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy. Well, the first thing I need to say is that you mentioned the HSE and the department as to where the bottleneck may occur. As I said in my opening statement, the statutory responsibility for decision-making in terms of reimbursement rests solely with the HSE. So the department is out of the loop in terms of the decision-making process. But on the substantive issue of the perceived delay in Ireland, yes, there are various lists put together of where we sit in relation to other European countries. Some of those lists, we have no idea of how to put together what they regard as reimbursement in one country as opposed to another jurisdiction. But I think it's fair to say overall that over the last number of years, quite a lot of medicines have been reimbursed and practically none have been refused.
Is the timing, Mr. Judge, that the question is on?
Yes, on the timing, I'll let Sean answer, because obviously the timing is a matter for the HSE in terms of the process. But of course, the timing issue, cannot be looked at, without looking at the whole pricing funding issue around drugs. I'll let Sean elaborate.
In terms of trying to give you some kind of context, the first thing I would say is I can't remember a year in my career where the HSE was underspent on drugs. So, and I'm not going to say any more than that. So there's clearly a funding challenge for every country around the globe. And given that so many countries are trying to get into multilateral type arrangements, whether Benelux or Valletta, clearly we're not the only ones struggling with that. But in terms of practicalities, I would say I wouldn't argue that yes, we're slower than other countries. I would say that is fundamentally, in my view, down to a challenge around having enough resources and trying to match the resources to the number of demands we have.
Can I just ask on that, when you say resources, is it drug budget resources or human resources?
No, it's drug resources. I think the human resources have been, we did have a challenge both in the NCP, I think, and in my unit around human resources, but I can't use that excuse. The HSE is in the last 18 months giving us substantial resources. If I take you to a practical example, it might actually explain to you delays. So a lot of the time, in the commercial negotiations can take a long time, and then it can be hard to get a company to the point that you can get an offer that is going to be acceptable to the state. And most of the time the system is completely broken internationally from a pricing point of view, in that we have a system where companies come with list prices that are, say, €100, and in every individual country then they go and they get involved in non-transparent negotiations, and they reduce the price maybe to 90, and then they go to the next country and it gets to 80, and it gets to the next country and it gets to 70. And the challenge for a small country is if you're first, you're paying €100. And the longer you are, and it is unfortunate, but it is true, the further you are in the line, the better the offer. And I'll give you, normally we're absolutely, I can't get information out in the public domain and I can't illustrate this to you, but I can illustrate this to you. It's a non-orphan drug, but I can illustrate this to you with a specific drug. So there's a drug called palbociclib, Ibrance. It's for breast cancer. And it was approved by the EMA in 2016. At the time of the actual pricing and reimbursement application, the company in question applied for a price of €3,800 per pack. Okay? That would have resulted in a budget impact of €66 million. That was in a commercial negotiation for over a year. Eventually, after about a year, a pricing decision was made in a different country, and the price collapsed. The price offering that came to us collapsed. And the price offering that was given to us at that point was €2,190 per pack. All right? Within 3 months, the HSE had completed all processes and had reimbursed it. The net difference that is 28 million over 5 years. So there's the challenge to you. If we go early, we pay more. If we pay more, we can actually pay for fewer drugs. And that's the challenge, is trying to get that balance right. How much money are we allowed to spend at a little bit of a premium over other prices, or do we try and fight as hard as we shouldn't be going alone and stretch?
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. I'm going to bring in Deputy Louise O'Reilly now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to you all for being here with us this morning. So, look, we fully respect and appreciate the job you have to do, and very often we also acknowledge that you can be portrayed as the bad guys very often, because there are people who want. But I have to tell you, sometimes you just don't help your own cause. That's my personal view. So when we talk to patients, they very often come to us because they want to find out at what stage is their approval. Now, you shouldn't have to contact your. It's fine if they do, but you shouldn't have to contact your local public representative to find that out. That sort of information should be readily available, and clearly it's not, because if it was, they wouldn't be coming to us looking for it. So the very fact that you have that you are advocating for a person that needs a drug, and in your opinion, and you might not be a clinician and that's fine, but in your opinion that drug is going to be very effective, and you just can't find out at what stage the process is. So, I mean, what I'm hearing from the Department of Health is that the department is out of the loop in relation to the process. So there's meetings, and then there's other meetings, and there's different meetings, and this is it possible, in terms of bringing in transparency and respecting commercial sensitivity, which I fully appreciate you have to do, is it possible to put in place a system that keeps the families informed of where they're at? Because everybody seems to be waiting. The clock is ticking. There's another meeting going to happen, but you don't know, A, if you're going to get onto the agenda of that meeting, and B, if you do, what's going to have to happen at the next meeting. So, and it seems that no matter who you're talking to, that person is never the person that's responsible. It's always the other person. And I mean, I did find it a bit curious that Mr. Judge there is saying that the department are out of the loop in relation to the process, because I would have thought that the department would have been central to, or indeed involved a little bit more in the process. So just in terms of that transparency, have you any suggestions on how we might be able to improve that? And so if you'll just, I'll go through the questions, that's all right, John, I'll just bank them, probably be easier just in terms of time, because I know other people want to come in. With regard to the Rare Disease Technology Review Group, now if you have published a work programme, I haven't seen it, so if there is a work programme, perhaps that can be shared with us. And if there isn't, well, then I suppose I would be a wee bit worried. But in terms of reviews and expected timelines, now, again, we know that we're not dealing with things that necessarily move in a straight line, but the possibility of expected timelines and sharing that information, I think, would be important. With regard to the patient and clinical engagement system in Scotland, and it does seem to a similar population size, etc., and similar profile, as I understand it, population-wise in terms of health. It does seem to me that there are significantly fewer problems in Scotland. The system that they have appears to work. I'm just wondering if consideration has been given to replicating the best aspects of what they're doing in Scotland. It appears to be working, and central to it is the involvement of the patients themselves, and I think that's important. With regard to the Benelux group, can you give us an update or an idea of what progress, if any, has been made? And I apologise if that was already said and I missed it. With regard to the problems that exist at the moment in relation to clinician and patient input into any new assessment programme, will this be happening before or after the HTA will be completed? So the opportunity for clinicians and patients to have that input. I'm just trying to understand how it works in terms of the various committees. See, the problem, and you know this obviously better than I do, but the problem with the HTA and with the orphan drugs is the low level of information that is there. So we will often have families come to us and they will say, look, you know, we can't satisfy the necessary numbers. We just don't have them. So we can't, in order to be able to do what you know, you guys might set the bar higher in terms of numbers, but if they're not there, they're not there. And that very often leads people to a situation where they do feel excluded from the process, and they do feel like, you know, they're not being listened to, and that's again why they come back to their local representatives. So with regard to with regard to the fact that both clinicians and patients are involved in the HTA, is there an opportunity at that stage for the patients to have an input and an influence over the quality process, so that they will be there and be able to give their own experience? Because you're very often not dealing with big groups, so you don't have huge population from which to gather the information. But it does seem sometimes like the information is really not gathered from the people who are there, just because there aren't maybe enough of them. I'm just sorry, I had a few notes here. I just want to make sure, because I know I'm probably not going to get a chance to come back in. Sorry. No, Chair, I leave it there. Sorry, I'll leave it there.
Deputy O'Reilly. So, Mr. Hennessy.
Yeah, the issue of transparency, I think, was central to the committee's report in February 2018, and we've been aiming to, or attempting to address that in a number of ways. I think we have made progress on that, but if there is more to be done, we'd be happy to engage with deputies on how we can strengthen the transparency factor. But just to remind members again, the NCPE reports are published on the website once they're concluded. The deliberations of the drugs group, Sean, they're notified to the particular companies involved, and there can be commercial sensitivities about what goes into the public domain. But we are extremely anxious to be as transparent and to report publicly the outcome of the drugs group deliberations.
My question was about, Mr. Hennessy, my question was about as we move along through the process, it's like,
I'm getting there.
Thank you.
The reports from the recommendations of the drugs group then come to the leadership team, and the leadership team is obviously the deliberations of that of the HSE as a public body are out there as well. What's on the agendas is public knowledge, and the decisions taken at those meetings are publicly available and reported on the HSE's website. But if there are ways to put more transparency around it, we'd be happy to explore those and to deliberate on them. I might just add as well that, and I think your point I think goes to the issue of delay, or the perception of delay. And I can tell you that there is no deliberate slowing down or delay factor coming through the process at our end. What we see and hear about is obviously access in different jurisdictions, but like Sean mentioned, access can mean different things from one jurisdiction to another, and it's not always easily comparable. But what we're aiming to do is a twofold agenda, is to ensure access to medicines for Irish patients and ensure value, and as much value as we can get throughout the process as well. We've been exploring ways to speed up the processing with the pharmaceutical sector, and those discussions are very productive and proactive, in fairness to the industry. And we have ongoing discussions on that. We have put additional resourcing into the process so that we can handle the additional numbers of applications that are coming through now for reimbursement. But it is a two-way process, as I say, and getting to the final price is one of the issues that we tend to struggle with the pharmaceutical sector, and we're trying to resolve that as well. Sean mentioned there that the list price and the final price can often differ substantially, and it's important that we get access to drugs, and important that we get value and can demonstrate that as well. On the Rare Diseases Review Group and publishing the work programme there, I might ask Professor Barry to speak to that in a moment. On the Scottish experience, yeah, we've been examining that quite closely, and we see opportunities there. Some of the steps that have been taken so far this year in response to the committee's report are modelled on the Scottish model of transparency, patient involvement, and we hope to go further on that as well. Okay, you might mention that. Finian might talk to the Benelux question as well, and I might bring in Professor Barry on the HTA and the patient involvement aspect of that as well.
Thanks, John. Just a couple of questions. I think they were directed at the department. In terms of the department being out of the loop, that was a decision taken by the Oireachtas when they passed the 2013 Act. The responsibility would be solely vested in the HSE. So the Minister has no role in the final decision-making process. So that is contained in statute in the 2013 Act. In terms of Benelux, as you probably know, this whole concept of regional collaboration is quite in its infancy. There are a few regional collaboration groups across Europe. We signed up to Benelux in June of this year. The Benelux grouping envisages collaboration in 4 domains, as they call it. So it hopes to collaborate around information exchange, HTAs, horizontal scanning, and joint price negotiations. At this stage, in terms of our involvement, as you can appreciate, it's very early stages. The win so far for us is really around information exchange. And in fact, some of my colleagues today are at a meeting in Vienna on Benelux itself. So we're just getting into the process at this stage, and we intend to work on to the other domains as the initiative develops. Thank you.
Mr. Flanagan, were you going to come in? No. Mr. Professor Barry.
Yeah, just to a number of questions there, but first of all, in relation to the NCPE, we do put on our website, and in relation to every single drug, exactly where in the step with us it's in. And you can actually go into the website and see the dates, they're all there. And when this process is complete, the report is up on the website and people can read it.
Professor Barry, there's more than the NCP involved. So
no, I can only answer for...
I appreciate that. But you are here collectively, so it's a case of if you're tracking the progress, you're tracking the progress through all committees.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure, but I can only reply to you from NCP and for the Rare Diseases Group, which I hope to try and do. In relation to patient involvement with the HTA process, we have certainly made a lot of developments in this, and on the website there's a patient area where you can go in, you can get a summary of the process, you can submit, you can submit online. In addition to that, there's interpreting our recommendations, and there's also a plain language section there. What does the recommendation mean? In addition to that, we do educational sessions with other groups like IPOSI. So what I'm saying is that we're pretty active in relation to this whole area of patient engagement. And in addition to that, we have a website that patients will come in and email us on a regular basis of all sorts of questions, and we're very happy to answer those within 24 hours. In relation to the Rare Diseases Technology Review Committee, you mentioned Scotland, and I agree, Scotland is a good model, but they put in £1 million into that model. And that shows you, and we can certainly get things better. We're only up and running less than 2 months, so it's early days. But I think that patient groups, I'd like to think that patient groups and patient representatives are seeing how this group will make a difference. And I agree with you. It would be nice to have all our publications and timelines up on a website as well. We don't have a website at the moment, but it would be nice to basically so that people would know where exactly a particular drug is and what our recommendations would be. And that's a great suggestion and certainly something that we should look at. Well, I think that was about. Was there another point?
Yep.
Just with regard to the submissions that I, 2 brief questions. One is for yourself, Professor Barry. With regard to the submissions that the patients make, that's just a Word document. Am I right that they submit like an online form? There's no meeting with them. There's no one-to-one. You don't see the person. You just get the.
For the rare diseases group, we do meet with the people. If, for example, with Spinraza, we not only met with families with children with spinal muscular atrophy, but they've had a very detailed presentation. We looked at videos of what it is to live with spinal muscular atrophy. So I think that's what the new Rare Diseases Committee does, particularly in relation to drugs for rare diseases, is that it brings that dimension in, which hadn't been considered before in such detail. So I think that's a positive.
It is, but and I just have one question. It's a question for each of you. Do you accept that there is a problem with the system as it is? Do you accept what the families are saying with regard to them feeling, and notwithstanding the work that's been done to bring them in a small bit now, but do you accept that there is a difficulty, that they experience a difficulty, number one, with this process, and number two, with their level of involvement in it? Because I see the way this is, if and I'm not saying that the people in this room are not working hard. I fully appreciate that you are. But if you're sitting there thinking that the system is okay and that it's working, but what we're hearing from people is that the system is not working, and not only just, it's not, well, I can't get access, that's not what people are saying. They're saying that the process and the system is not working for them, that they feel outside of it. Do you accept that there's improvements must be made and that there's work to be done? Because if you don't, I would be concerned.
Yes, there is, and the very fact that the Rare Diseases Committee was set up speaks to that and acknowledges that. I was struck by the fact that in our first meeting with patient representatives, what they wanted to find out about was, how does the system work? Basic information of how the system works, and when you're working in the system, you assume, So that was really helpful. And we spent quite a lot of time explaining how the system works. They came back a week later to present on their own particular area, which was in relation to spinal muscular atrophy. So you're absolutely right. That needs we need to do more of that, and that's what we will be doing.
Just to add to that point, certainly I think what we've done so far this year acknowledges that there was an issue in relation to transparency and patient involvement, but with the measures that have been taken, including the expansion of the drugs group membership, the inclusion of patient representation formally on that group. There is patient representation formally on the group Michael is speaking about. Those are pretty genuine attempts to address that issue. Ultimately, I expect that whether people experience a problem or not with the process probably relies on the outcome of the process rather than the process itself. But if there are further steps that we can take, such as the development of websites and greater transparency, I think we'd be happy to explore those.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy. I'm now going to go to. Sorry, I'm just going to move. I'm going to give Deputy Kelly an opportunity. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
For for all members to answer, and I haven't taken, I don't think, a huge amount of time. Let's do more.
No, I mean,
Thanks, Chair.
Look, we'd acknowledge it's a really difficult and challenging area, and I know all of my team enters into every commercial negotiation with the hope of being able to get something that can get something over the line. Yep, we could improve the processes. I would say that there's an underestimate of the challenge around transparency, because the thing that makes sense, it's impossible to understand the decision making unless you know the pricing. And the problem is the system is broken around the pricing because of the non-transparency of pricing with industry. So it's impossible to give somebody a coherent explanation of how a decision is made if it's negative. And my experience is people who have huge challenges with the process often go away when the decision is yes. And so so the key challenge for us as a state is getting access to as many medicines as we possibly can. And that's what solves this issue. Because even the Scottish, with their fabulous system around PACE, they have a huge problem at the moment ongoing with, or can be. They haven't funded it. And if you think that there's silence around that, there isn't.
Sorry, but with regard to the point made, no, I'm sorry, Chair, but I don't think that was very fair.
No, I don't mean in a bad way.
No,
I think people want access to the drugs.
No, let me finish. That you say that people, once they get the yes answer, that they go away. Well, I mean, with respect, they go back to looking after their loved ones who are struggling with an illness, and I don't think it's very fair to say they wouldn't want to.
I would draw that unreservedly.
I think it might be actually more correct to say that you don't follow up with them and ask them what was their experience of the system. Okay.
If Deputy O'Reilly, I apologise unreservedly if there was any offence caused. It was not my intention to do that. It was my intention to try and explain the challenges and whatever. And I apologise unreservedly if my wording was inappropriate or if it was in some way callous. That was not my intention. I sincerely and genuinely apologise for that. That was not intended.
Thank you.
Mr. Flanagan, thank you very much. Now, Deputy Kelly.
Thank you. It's quite obvious, Chair, we need a national medicines policy. A fairly extensive one to be driven at departmental level. Hopefully in the next government that'll happen. I've 4 quick questions and 1 fairly big question at the end. First questions are to Mr. Judge. I just sorry, you okay? First question. Earlier on, I hadn't intended to ask this, but you said that the Minister can't get involved in drug reimbursement decisions. So what happened with Orkambi? Was that contrary to the Act that you stated? Or did the Minister have no involvement whatsoever? And is it true that there is a clause in the deal with the IPHA where drug cases can be referred to the Department in certain instances? That's my first question to you. The second question, you might take notes because it saves just one go and then one go. We heard earlier on from the witnesses, and obviously there's a specific case in relation to Crumlin last week, that genetic services, which is intertwined with decision making, genetic services in this country are simply not up to the standard required. Is that accurate? And in fairness, I've spoken to people in the HSE and they've said they've been trying to employ people for the last number of years. But obviously, the case that happened last week has caused alarm. And is it the case that genetic services that are intertwined with decision making are not up to the standard required? That's the second question for Mr. Judge. Next questions are probably a mix for the other 3. One is in relation to affordability. Obviously, affordability is an issue in relation to orphan drugs. But where the HSE, with regards to biosimilars and biosimilars penetration, and what are the expected savings for 2019? Because I presume with the budget and projections, you had to put in something. Next, 4th question. In relation to the weighting, the price in relation to drug tenders, what is the typical weighting price for tenders on drugs? How do we compare with other countries like Germany and the UK? I understand in many cases the weighting that they would have on price in their tender could be up to 80%, while generally we are very low on 25%. And are we not losing money as a result of this? That's my fourth question. And my last question, which is something that I really want to raise here today, Chair, is in relation to Pempro, the drug that Vicky Phelan is on. And I'd like to ask each of the four individuals here. I don't expect you to criticise government policy. I wouldn't expect you to do that. But have you ever seen a situation where a drug like this, which is off licence, has been given free of charge to one cohort of women or individuals, men, it doesn't matter, any similar situation where a decision was made to give a drug like this outside of the normal procedure, outside of the HPRA, which is to go 2 years. Have you ever seen a decision like that before? Would that in any way be normal? And how can it be that Anya Morgan in Loughrea, this is all public by the way, is fundraising with cervical cancer to raise funds to go on Pempro? She has cervical cancer, but she's not one of the 2-to-1 women. But yet Vicky Phelan, who I've spoken to in depth about this, who is one of the 2-to-1 women, is getting it for free from the state. So one cohort, you get it for free. Another cohort, you have to go and get a clinician to say you need it, but you don't get it for free. It's 8,500 every 3 weeks. Now, can I ask each and every one of you, do you believe this is equitable, fair, discriminatory, or indeed legal? Because I certainly have issues with it. I can't in any way justify how you can distinguish between two women who have cervical cancer and where one is getting it free of charge because of the decision made at government level and others aren't. So I'd like your views on that. I'm obviously aware that this drug is used in other conditions for other cancers, but I specifically want to know how, within our drug administration policy, that this is equitable and fair. And have you seen this ever done before? And let me just say, I've spoken to many of your colleagues, different walks of life, and there is deep unease in the HSE and in other parts of the health service regarding this. And something's going to have to be done about it. Thank you. There's 5 questions.
Deputy Kelly, thank you very much. Mr. Hennessy.
I'll start some of those answers, and my colleague Finian may be able to help as well. In relation to the Orkambi situation, what happens there is that the HSE operates within the scope of its service plan in relation to drug applications for reimbursement that come before it. And if we can provide for the applications that present within the scope of our service plan, that's where the decision begins and ends, and that's the end to it. If in a situation that an application comes before the HSE that goes beyond our scope and capacity in the service plan, there is a route, as you say, to escalate to the department and to the minister. And to the best of my memory, that's what happened in the case of Orkambi, but Finian may have a bit more information on that. I might ask Professor Barry to deal with the genetic services one and the biosimilar issues that you've raised. I know there's a lot of information available on both, but in biosimilar territory in particular. The weighting question that you raised in relation to drug tenders, I think maybe outside of the normal reimbursement process. There aren't too many drugs I'm aware of where we embark on a tendering process or with a competitive suppliers, but one or two I am aware of, and the weighting of the price within that I'll have to check further. You have indicated it's 25% here as opposed to 80%.
In one case I'm aware of that. So.
The only, I suppose our responsibility is around reimbursement, and reimbursement isn't a purchasing model. Remember that, so I have to qualify that. So that in terms of the one experience recently that I have experience of is the hepatitis C tender, and clearly in any tender, before you go into it, you have to figure out what the criteria are. So if you have drugs that are very alike and very, very comparable, it will almost be entirely price. But if you have drugs that have significant variations, there will be more for the other advantages in terms of convenience, maybe, or whatever. Yeah. So within the hepatitis C tender, I can tell you that was almost substantially based on price, and that delivered about 70%. The percentage to hand isn't in my head, but it's in the 80s, 90s, that type of scale. I can double check to be absolutely sure. But it was.
What I do is just to save time, because it's very statistically oriented. I might supply a list, and you might come back to me. Would that be okay?
Well, as I say, the only tender that the reimbursement model doesn't involve tenders generally. Okay, where tenders happen is in the hospital system, and I'm not.
That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, but I'm not. I can't answer that here today. I'm not the chief pharmacist of the HSE. I'm the chief pharmacist of the reimbursement section.
I know that.
Yeah. Okay. But in terms of my understanding would be, within the tender process, when I worked as a hospital pharmacist, you would try to design your tenders in such a way that you had fairly comparable items, so that you had a high weighting on price, so that you were driving value as opposed to allowing people to compete on differences, unless there were substantial differences. I'm not aware of a tender in my experience for 25%, but I could be wrong. I'd have to confirm.
I think that needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
On the question of drugs funded outside of process, I have seen it happen. It's very rare, but it does occur from time to time, and usually it involves life-threatening situations. I think most systems and most processes would contain the capacity to respond in a life-threatening situation. The process, which obviously has been developed and evolved over a considerable time, is designed to ensure that all the checks and balances that are required are dealt with. But as I say, situations can arise from time to time when an emergency response is required.
And Chair, I'm not going to leave here until we get an answer on my last question. What you just said, Mr. Hennessy, is no comfort. Like, you can't, this is going to explode in everyone's face. You all know what I'm talking about. You can't discriminate between two people on the basis of one got cancer at one point, another got cancer a year later. There was a crisis in this country. The government made a decision. That's fine. I'm not criticising the government here. But this has consequences because a precedent has been set. A precedent has been set.
You asked me a simple...
Just in terms of me answering that, I'm not sure what you expect. It didn't come through a reimbursement process, but a standard reimbursement process involves, at the start of it, the European Medicines Agency reviewing a medicine for a particular use to decide if the quality, the safety and the efficacy is appropriate to support market authorisation. After that, we have an assessment process around cost effectiveness.
The whole process, I know that.
Okay, so, but
it takes a couple of years.
Yeah, exactly.
But all of that was skipped here.
That is, as far as I'm aware, there will not be a market authorisation for cervical cancer, for pembrolizumab, or for any other immunotherapy before 2021 at the earliest.
And it was all
in Europe.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. I agree. It'll be across Europe. And, you know, for the women affected, who in some cases it will work for, in some cases it won't, by the way. I'm not saying this is a miracle drug in any way, shape or form. It seems to be helping Vicky Phelan, to be fair, because I'm in contact with her a lot. In other cases it may not. But obviously all of these women will do anything they can, whether they're in the cohort of 2 to 1 or not, to give them a chance in life. It's made here in Ireland. But the point being is, how can we collectively justify that it's out of the whole process that you outlined, Mr. Flanagan, and I agree with you, and yet we have a decision here to give it free to some women who come as part of the 2-2-1 cohort. you can't stand over that. It's impossible. You can't distinguish between this lady in Loughrea who's fighting crowdfunding to raise money to get this drug, to get a chance of life, versus those who were in the 2-to-1. And I'd like all your opinions on that.
So, Professor Barry.
My opinion is a more general opinion, but it does. I think that, as you pointed out, these are very expensive medications. My own feeling is that all medications should be assessed for the value for money proposition. That's my feeling, and without exception. And if they're value for money for taxpayers' money and the clinical benefit, then fair enough. But that's my view on that one.
It didn't happen in this case.
It didn't.
In case you didn't interpret what I was saying, I'm pretty clear that my view is that the only way we can guarantee the population in terms of quality, safety and efficacy is we follow the processes that are set out. However, I can understand in extremis where the state, where it may have been thought or maybe a view that the state has had some role in something, that people may make an exception. And there are also scenarios where it has always historically been the place that clinicians could make an individual patient, set out individual circumstances under exempt medicinal products legislation where things were not licensed. So there are, in exceptional individual circumstances.
And Dr. Fennelly and Professor Crown, in fairness, have written about this. I'm aware of that, and I understand you can do it off licence. But the issue here is, it's 8,500 every 3 weeks, and the state is paying for it. Mr. Judge and Mr. Hennessy.
Just to address a couple of issues that you raised with me.
That one I'd like to...
Okay, I mean, on that point, you said it yourself. Obviously, I cannot comment on the merits of a government decision around cervical check. And I mean, that is the situation that pertains. In relation to the role of the Minister in terms of the reimbursement process, yes, you are correct in that there is a clause in the IFA agreement, the agreement between the government and IFA, that where there is being identified that medicine cannot be funded within existing resources, the HSE may inform the department, and obviously it gets into the department and into the Minister at that stage. And the Minister may decide, if he wishes, to bring a memorandum to government on that funding challenge for a particular product.
Did that happen with Durkan?
I wasn't around at the time, but I understand that my understanding is yes. I mean, that may have happened with Durkan, yes.
So the Minister did, through the process which you've outlined, which I'm aware of, through that clause, did intervene.
Yes, if he did, yes.
Yeah, so a Minister can have a role.
I mean, the role says that, I mean, where the HSE cannot fund from within the existing resources. So the HSE are assigned a pot of money every year to the PCRS for all drugs, all community schemes. The HSE has a statutory authority and responsibility to assign that money across all schemes, including new drugs. So it's only in the event that they identify a problem from within existing resources can they bring this memorandum, inform the department, and that's the... In
fairness to you, Mr. Judge, and I know you're in a difficult situation as a representative of the department, but in a roundabout way, that is that the Minister intervened in this scenario. And as many of my colleagues have said, particularly Deputy Brazel in a previous contribution, political pressure, creates the conditions which you just said there, which allows the Minister to intervene. And that's just reality. And I think Professor Barry has been very open and very honest about that earlier on. He believes everything should go through the same process. I think, in fairness, Mr. Flanagan has said the exact same thing. So we have a situation where a Minister can intervene. And that's something that we're going to have to look at. And now, finally, Mr. Hennessy, I think you've been clear on that from your contribution, but Mr. Hennessy, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here in relation to Pembroke? What's going to happen here as regards women who are going to say, why am I different to Vicky Phelan? And by the way, can I just say for clarity reasons, I've spoken with Vicky Phelan in depth about this. She feels similar views to myself.
If he doesn't agree to answer, Mr.
What's going to
Ennis, we're
happen?
to move on.
How can we distinguish between these two sets of women? This woman in Galway.
Deputy, I appreciate the sensitivity of the point you're raising. I simply can't address that or answer that, other than to address the specific question you asked. Have I ever seen a situation like this before? And the answer is yes, I have. And would I prefer that the process would operate in the manner it's designed? Yes, I would. And of course, the process is designed to deal with all the checks and balances that are necessary in relation to medicines. But everybody, I think, appreciates as well that emergency situations arise from time to time. And the system has to be able to respond and react to that as well. That's as far as I can go with it, Deputy, I'm afraid.
Pretty clear we have an issue here, Chair, that needs to be dealt
I
with.
appreciate that. And you've made it very clear.
Thanks.
Deputy Brazel.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for coming in. Firstly, can I just get clarification, Professor Barry? In your opening statement, you spoke about two drugs, specifically Kuvan and Spinraza, and following your recent two meetings, the HSE drug group, you recommended to the HSE drug group that access to Kuvan would be considered on a managed access programme, and that with a starting-stopping criteria, which I'm sure the PKU Society will be delighted about, but that the recommendation in relation to Spinraza is expected shortly. Why is the Spinraza not as, if you can tell us about Kuvan, why can't you tell us about Spinraza? Or are data different?
Simply because of the timing in which they appeared to us. Kuvan was dealt with first, and then moved on to Spinraza. So nothing other than that, just in terms of...
Meet again to further assess Spinraza, or...
No. There were a whole series of meetings, as I say, 5 within 24 days, and most of them focusing in on Spinraza or nusinersen. We're now at the stage where a document is being prepared, which I understand will be including starting criteria, stopping criteria, and done in conjunction with clinicians, and obviously having listened to patients and their relatives. And our task then is to get this recommendation document to the HSE drugs group, so that it's not just cost effectiveness that's considered, it's the other aspects as well. So I think the committee, in fairness to them, have done a lot of work in a short time, and we're mindful of the time issue here, and that's why I say that I'm hopeful that that document will be with the drugs group within weeks.
And I think you can appreciate that all of us have had families, we've met with the families, and that's why.
Oh yeah, sure.
Getting back to your opening statement, Mr. Judge, we've had a lot of debate around the Act itself and its suitability and whether it covers, and we're really focusing in here on orphan drugs and drugs for rare diseases and ultra-rare diseases. Now, having had two previous meetings with this group, this committee recommended that the Act, it recommended that the 2013 Act should be reviewed. Okay, that was a recommendation from this committee. Now, in a debate in the Dáil on the drug Ocrevus, which is for MS, the Minister stated, and I'll quote him directly, "If people in this House think that the current system is broken, can we start by hearing what people want to replace it with? Because I think it is broken. How do you come up with a better model is the conundrum." So that's stating the Minister himself on the record of the Dáil. I'll add to that the fact that of the 148 medicines, this is in 2017, that were designated orphan and subsequently received marketing authorization by the European Medicines Agency, 53 of those 148 are available in Ireland, which equates to 35.8%, which is very much on the lower side, up to Germany, which have 133 of the 148 approved. So we're right down on the lower side of things. So we do have an issue around reimbursement on orphan drugs. So my first question, Mr. Judge, is in your statement you say that the Act provides for a fair, transparent and rigorous process of assessment. The Minister is satisfied that there are no legislative barriers to the reimbursement of orphan drugs. So what has changed?
The first thing I'd say is the Act is only in place since 2013, and the Minister has on numerous occasions stood over the robustness of that Act. Since your report was published calling for a review of the entire Act, because the Act contains so many different provisions, we have concentrated on addressing the recommendations around the reimbursement process, because it was that element of the Act that you focused on in your report. Obviously, if the Minister down the line decides that there should be a review of the 2013 Act, it's in his gift to decide to bring forward proposals on that Act. But I'm just letting the committee know that since the publication of your report, we have, with the HSE and NCPE, been concentrating on what was essentially process issues, which you pointed out in your report. And I think, as my colleagues have said today, we have done a lot in terms of the process, or the HSE has done a lot in terms of the process, to address any barriers that you pointed out in your report, or any areas where orphan drugs may have a problem in the process. And I think the big development is Michael's new committee, which more or less adds another layer to the process because of the special situation around orphan drugs.
Well, I just want to put on record that I disagree with your opening statement in that you say, and the Minister clearly disagrees as well, but you say that there are no legislative barriers to the reimbursement of orphan drugs. I would just ask why then would he make the statement, I think it is broken too. I mean, there are two directly opposing views from the same department. Moving on to the trying to get the best value. And Sean, you gave a very good example of how getting in there and batting and waiting for a particular drug, it went from 3,800 a unit to 2,100. And I have pointed out on numerous occasions since I got elected, there are potential savings in biosimilar products of multiple millions. The IPU have done a report which outlines 320 million over 3 years. Why is there, if you're so anxious to hold out for the best price, which I agree with obviously on orphan drugs, why are you not banging the door down for the savings that you can achieve on biosimilars?
I think that's an unfair comment. I think I'm quite happy to put on the record that we absolutely need biosimilars. I think you're a pharmacist, I'm a pharmacist. We both know they're not substitutable. We both know that they actually have to be prescribed by physicians as the biosimilar, as opposed to as the biologic. Michael's team is working very, very hard to get what's called a best value biosimilar product our document out for early in the new year to try and drive biosimilar uptake. We are hugely reliant, and I'm quite happy to put on the record and to avail of any publicity we might get out of today to say that we do need the support of gastroenterologists, dermatologists, rheumatologists to write biosimilar prescriptions. They are less expensive to us. They will deliver savings, but we do need them to engage with their patients groups and to get the patients to accept that a biosimilar will be used.
We're making a drive on generic products. We had absolutely no problem in generic prescribing and whatever was...
Yeah, but let's just be clear again. You and I are both pharmacists, and we both know that the legal position is that generics were substitutable. They were set out in legislation as substitutable. The HPRA was given the power to designate them as interchangeable. That power is not available to us, and I think you and I both know that.
I know, I'm well aware that, I mean, I dispense products every month for, example, Humira and Embra. I'm aware of the biosimilars available at significantly less cost, and I've yet to see a prescription for one. I mean, you know,
I agree with you.
I'm here, and I don't want to be argumentative with you, but I'm here, you know, looking for solutions for specific families who've been on to me for specific drugs, and there's, you know, it's really always does come down to cost, and there's costs out there, there's savings out there, and we're not availing of them. And
what I'm flagging to you is we agree with you, absolutely and fundamentally, and Professor Barry's team is working as we speak on a biosimilar best value paper to try to deliver that. That's actually out to public consultation, I think, at the moment, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is an area where we can make substantial savings. And in the Medicines Management Programme, we've taken this on. Consultation finished last Friday. We will, in early 2019, for the anti-TNFs, which you mentioned there, that group accounts for about €250 million, €250 million. Adalimumab or Humira and Etanercept or Enbrel are the two leading ones there, not far off €200 million. We will publish what in our view is the best biologic value of choice for the health service in this country, and we hope to do that in early 2019. And I think that will afford the HSE the opportunity then to highlight that this is the best value product and we should be using it. But I agree with what Sean was saying, it's down to prescribers as well. But we will be issuing that guidance very early in 2019, because I agree with you that there are lots of savings in there, and it's about creating space so we can afford the other drugs that we're talking about today.
I welcome that, and I would, adding on to that, I would love to see a budget for orphan drugs. I've asked again on several occasions for a specific breakdown, and I keep getting the reply that there is nothing in the Act that differentiate orphan drugs from any other drug. I think that needs to be changed. That's why I've submitted a bill to change the Act to allow for orphan drugs to be treated separately. And I think if they were treated separately and you had a separate budget for them, then savings that were made on one side could be looked at towards providing on the other. And my last contribution, I just want to look at the Swedish model, where they, ironically, have the same proportion of health expenditure and medical goods as we do, yet in their orphan drugs reimbursement, they do use the quality analysis, but they don't set a threshold. So they take the type of things that we've been talking about, patient advocacy, human value, cost effectiveness over a very small patient group. When you're looking for data, and particularly if we say for an ultra rare disease, it's almost impossible to get it because you might have half a dozen patients, and the type of assessment that you're undergoing just won't facilitate that.
I think I get the point, and what I would say is that we're aware that the vast majority, in fact all of the drugs for rare diseases, will not get to €45,000 per quality. But I think the assessment process provides a lot of value in the sense that it highlights the issues, the areas, the clinical evidence, also the pricing issue, and what price would you need to get to a better place. And I know that Sean uses the results of our assessments to enable a better deal to be had in relation to these. So I think that the fact that it underwent assessment does provide the HSE with a lot more information around it, rather than just simply reimbursing it straight up. The other point is that the new committee does speak to the additional aspects of this, like unmet clinical need, physicians' viewpoint, patients' viewpoint, and I think that's a very valuable thing, I really do. So I don't think anybody is I mean, and you see that drugs for rare diseases are reimbursed, like Orkambi, for example. There is no way in the world that Orkambi would ever get to €45,000 per quality, yet it is still reimbursed. So the HSE can use the reports to try and improve the offer on the table, but the €45,000 per quality threshold isn't an absolute, and it's not used in that way. So
the last point that I'd make is that the Orkambi is now actually something, and credit where it is due. Vertex are now looking to have your model replicated in other countries, including Sweden, because they see it as being a very good model, very successful, value for money, and iterations down the line of Orkambi will now become available. You've agreed all that, so great credit. The only point I'd make is that, was that as a result of the unending political pressure and the demonstrations and all that went with it, or the process that ye have? And I suspect that it's a combination of the two of them, but not every group have the backup of people with Orkambi. We're dealing with 5-8 families that don't have that political clout or don't have the ability to protest and so I'd like for them to get the same treatment without the controversy.
Yeah, no, I take your point, but we were steadfast. We never believed, and we still do not believe, that Orkambi was value for money. That was our position at the time. It hasn't changed, but there's a real world out there, and obviously then you get negotiations of whatever a drug is made available. So that's the way that our reports are used, and we do the best that we can, and Sean and his group do the best they can to negotiate and try and get drugs available.
Mr. Hennessy.
Yeah, just to add a point to the biosimilar question, because the switch to biosimilars is obviously a huge priority at both department level and HSE level. It probably needs to be, I'm sure you're aware anyway, but the agreement that is in place with the pharmaceutical industry and the state does provide for value on the launch of the biosimilar, because regardless of what's prescribed after the launch of the biosimilar, we get the discount.
Percent.
Yeah, we get the discount.
There's 70% available.
We know that there's more there, and we're anxious to get there, but you will be aware, obviously, that the success in the generic space on this was the enabling legislation that allowed substitution. That isn't there for the biosimilar, and it then relies on prescriber behaviour, and that's an influencing factor rather than a directing matter. It would be maybe interesting to have legislation on that front to enable it much quicker, but it is a slow process to get prescribing behaviour altered.
Can I just add two quick things?
Yeah, 1 minute.
So 1 minute will be less than that. Agree with you on the biosimilar stuff. So just put it in terms of, there's the schemes and there's hospitals. If you actually go into the outpatients departments in St. Vincent's today, you will see a huge poster up within that department promoting biosimilar uptake. So there is bits that are going on and really successful, and tenders in the hospital system for hospital-related drugs. There is a bit more of a challenge on the community primary care side of things. And then again, it's just to reiterate what Professor Barry said, which is that the 45,000 per quality isn't a binary decision-making decision. What it is that if something is under 45,000 per quality, the HSE will always say yes. Okay, so there's no cost-effective medicine that has ever been denied. What happens is, as the cost per quality increases, the probability reduces a little bit, but it is offset then by the magnitude of the unmet need and the magnitude of the clinical efficacy, and that's what the drugs group is trying to do all the time, is trying to arrive at some sort of judgment around that, and it's really horrifically challenging stuff for them. I don't envy them that stuff, but it isn't a binary 45,000 per quality threshold, just to make that clear. It isn't just yes or no, it's yeah.
Thank you. Now, our last three contributors in order of indication, as far as I can remember, is Deputy O'Connell, Senator Burke and Deputy Durkan.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Just following on from the biosimilars and your comments there, but perhaps legislation like we had with the generics back in the day, probably 15 years ago. Just speaking off the cuff here, as you just said it, I mean, I think that needs a little bit more examination than perhaps a statement said at a health committee. They are not substitutable, and I can't imagine a situation where we would bring in legislation in this House to force a consultant dealing with a complex condition to change medication based on a direction of this House. So I'd just like to say that from a personal point of view. You mentioned in your statements that there will be a governance review, Mr. Judge. Is there anything that has sparked this governance review? Also, I'm very much on your side here, and I understand the challenge it is when you are a pharmacist and also trying to, or a medic, and you're trying to balance that budgetary, those budgetary constraints. And just following on from my colleague Deputy Brazza's contribution, I mean, it is very concerning, especially in the case of Orkambi, where you know, a very well organised group, and I don't mean in any way to diminish that group, but a very well organised group, we had a case of he who shouts the loudest gets what they want. And I feel very uncomfortable about that as a legislator, but also as a healthcare professional. And I would like to say, in light of Deputy Kelly's comments, that really, while acknowledging the autonomy of prescribers to make decisions as they always have, again, I don't think it's fair to say that a decision to sort of jump over certain regulations could be equated to the use of exempt medicines in the normal scheme of things. And that I think we have to have a lot of conscience talk around here these days, but you know, I think some of us might want to examine our conscience if we're you know, perhaps answering those that shout the loudest over perhaps those with no voice. And like that, pharmacy and pharma and economics, when they blend, you know, some of the language perhaps can come across as crass, but at the end of the day, you know, if you're spending $500,000 a year on a patient, well, there's somebody else not getting something, and that has to be remembered. And you know, if we have given something to some particular cohort, well, is the suggestion of this committee that we give it to everybody or we take it off those we have given to? That is the decision. So it's very easy for some people to come in here and suggest, throw out loose statements. But at the end of the day, the solution to it is, do we take a medication off somebody or do we have it as a free-for-all? And just because I have to go somewhere, you know, I would be very much pro always there being a level playing field. Where if there has to be a decision that goes outside the parameters, that it is not made in these houses or by a Minister for Health, that is made by a professional at the top of their game, a consultant in an area of speciality. And also, you know, for that people in these houses with representation, getting representations, have a responsibility when throwing out terms like life-saving, that people are being denied a chance, when leaving quality and HTA and assessment aside, at the end of the day, the reason many of these drugs aren't mainstream is because the evidence base is not there. So I think we have to be very conscious here, and you have people inside these rooms and across the way talking about money for this and money for that, but it is a limited pot, and I know this is, for the families affected, obviously, this is very difficult. But, and of course they're entitled to fight for their family and for what they want, but we in here have a responsibility, and I think we need to be reminded of it every so often. I have to leave because I have to be somewhere at 1 o'clock, so I will, if for speed, Chair, if the others want to come in and then I look back on the answers, if you perhaps could comment, and I apologise for leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy O'Connell. So will you bank those questions, and we'll bring in Senator Burke? Yeah. Senator Burke.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the proposals set out in the committee report of the February 2018 was in recommendation 13 about using and working with other countries about the assessment process. And that was a recommendation that we would work with other European countries in relation to dealing with assessment in order to expedite the assessment process. I'm just wondering, has there anything been done on that as regards using the assessment process in other countries in order to help us arriving at a decision? And has there been any cooperation between other countries in that whole area, because there's a lot of duplication going on in relation to the assessment. If it's passed by the European Medicines Agency, then each country is looking at it individually, and the whole idea about cooperation would that you would try and speed up the process and see how it can be dealt with. And I'm just wondering if anything has been done on that whole area. In relation to the cost of pharmaceuticals, we hear every year the cost of pharmaceuticals is around 2 billion, but we don't actually get a breakdown of it. And I'm just wondering, are there figures available? And remember now we have a budget over 17 billion for healthcare for the coming year. Is there a breakdown of that 2 billion? For instance, what amount is being spent on generic drugs? What amount is being spent on patent drugs? What exact amount is being spent on orphan drugs? And do we have a breakdown of that? And then the other issue that arises is, for instance, is there a variation about the use of generic drugs from one part of the country to the other? Because if we can spare monies in one area, it means that there's more money can be available in another area. And we haven't seen any, and I certainly, maybe there is an analysis of it, but I think we need to look at that whole issue about value for money, and value for money, for instance, in the HSE. It's fine to say, we're pouring more money into healthcare, but if we don't create efficiencies and we don't create value for money, then we don't get a real benefit. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Hennessy, can we get a detailed breakdown in each particular area? Have we actually made savings in real terms since we brought in the legislation in relation to generic drugs? And where have those savings been made? And do we need to do a lot more in relation to trying to make the savings so that we can have more money available for dealing with our orphan drugs and, accommodating the needs of people who are, where people have rare diseases, whatever, and making sure that they can get the treatment that they require. So I think, and I know you won't probably have the information here, but I'm just wondering that if we could get that detailed breakdown from the HSE at some stage, because we're now able to get a breakdown. For instance, last week I got a breakdown of staffing numbers in each area, and obviously there is a huge cost because we've now taken on an extra 13,500 staff. But likewise, we're taking on new drugs as well. Therefore, there's an added cost. But are we making savings in other areas? Thank you.
Mr. Judge.
Just to go back, first of all, to Deputy O'Connell's questions. She asked me about the proposed governance review. That proposal has been around for a couple of years, that we would just appoint somebody to have a look at the internal structures within the HSE around systems, processes and procedures. It was never intended to be a review of the 2013 Act itself. So it is now in action point in Sláintecare. So my colleagues are in the process of working with the Office of Government Procurement in preparing a tender for that review. So we would anticipate that that review will get underway in the new year.
That, Mr. Judge, is that referring to recommendation number 5, that the committee recommends that the appointment of an independent academic with knowledge of pricing and reimbursement to conduct a review of the current process and the role of orphan drug availability in Ireland? Is that the review you're referring to?
Yes, I would suggest that it will certainly go some way towards addressing that recommendation.
Because that recommendation was that there would be an independent academic, but what's been proposed by you is an internal review within the department.
No, we are working on a tender to go externally for that review. Okay, an issue that was raised by Senator Burke was around the working with other countries. And as I said earlier, we are certainly in the infancy of working with our new colleagues on the Benelux arrangement. To date, we only signed that arrangement in June. To date, our focus has been more or less around sharing information But we will certainly be working with them as time progresses on the other domains, which is HTA, horizon scanning, and ultimately down to joint assessments. And my colleagues, some of my colleagues today are actually in Vienna with their Benelux colleagues to try and progress that work. So yes, we will be working with other countries to see what we can do better together. Because as I've said previously, we are all struggling with the same issues around affordability and sustainability. It's a universal problem.
Mr. Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Some brief comments on Deputy O'Connell's points first, a lot of which I agree with, by the way. In relation to the biosimilar and the substitution point, I think that's fair enough, but what we have seen also is fairly dramatic levels of biosimilar penetration across different jurisdictions and different states. And while Ireland is quite low at the moment, other countries seem to have moved ahead on substitution, and that's where we would aim to go as well. On the governance point, I would imagine, again, Finian has covered it, but I would imagine that the trigger for that governance review is probably the volume of applications coming through, particularly in the cancer and rare diseases space, which has dramatically increased over what it was 5 years or certainly 10 years ago. On the shouts loudest point, obviously we can't control that, but what we try to do at all points is to ensure that our systems and our processes are fair and transparent and equitable, and in particular that they're evidence-based and that decisions are taken on the basis of evidence rather than who is shouting loudest at any particular point in time. On Senator Burke's point about cost and breakdown, yes, we do have quite a bit of information in relation to cost and the breakdown of what's happening within pharmaceuticals. By and large, what that's revealing is stabilisation and even cost reduction in the generic space and in the high volume space, where expenditure on the drug payment scheme, for instance, and long-term illness scheme is currently running at around similar to 2000 levels. But on a cost per item basis, where we are seeing obviously a huge increase then is in the high-tech cancer and in the orphan drugs and rare disease space. So you have two graph lines. One is pretty stable and the other is increasing. But we'd be very happy to share that data with you and provide information. What I'll need to check further is that issue about local variation and uptake. I'm not sure if we can get our hand on that easily, but we'll certainly look for it. And to your final point in terms of can we do more, I think we can do more to drive value, and it's in those points about biosimilar and substitution that we mentioned earlier. But it is perhaps useful to remember as well that it is quite difficult to move patients off a drug and off a product that they've been on for some time. And sometimes where products are, well, the claims are not necessarily that they're curative, but that they're preventing or reducing deterioration. And that is a very difficult thing to do and to measure objectively in a manner that would result in the withdrawal of a drug from a patient. So I appreciate the difficulties that prescribers have in that regard.
So can we actually have a breakdown of the cost of pharmaceuticals on a year-on-year basis, you know, the different areas, patent drugs, generic drugs, orphan drugs, and if we could have a variation, you know, is there a variation from different parts of the country as well? No, I know that may not be possible, but I'm just
in terms of to be honest, the hospital system is clearly manual, so it's difficult to get good data out of that, but the vast majority of our spend occurs in the primary care, and that's fully electronic. So data and getting that type of data to you is possible with one constraint, which is that the databases as currently constructed don't capture orphan status. So that would have to be a data field that would have to be added in or whatever, you know. So, but in gross terms, in terms of generics, generic uptake, generic cost, that's possible. And what's on patent and what's not on patent. We have proxies for, I should say, with patents. Patents are very complicated, but we have proxies within our databases that we can use as a proxy for a patent. you know, because a patent isn't a single thing. For an individual drug, you could have 17 or 20, 25 different patents. So, but we do have proxies for monopoly suppliers. We have proxies, we have markers for what's generic, and that's possible. And you know, what we can link those in our databases and give you data on uptake. In terms of generic uptake, it runs around 75%, that type of number, generic uptake across the country. And it's important as well to remember that our reference pricing legislation, and Deputy Brazel and Deputy O'Connell would be aware of this in their previous roles as pharmacists, that there is within the reference pricing legislation, patients can choose to get the brand and pay a surplus if they so wish, or our clinicians can say that on an exceptional basis they could be provided with a brand. So there are reasons why we maybe use brands. In one instance, it doesn't cost us anything, and in the other instance where a prescriber actually writes there's an exceptional reason here why a patient should get the brand, that does cost us. I hope I made myself clear.
Why are you saying that the hospitals are on a manual system? Surely that's computerised as well. Their information gathering is computerised as well.
No. That is part of a big financial investment program, as I understand. Sorry, I don't work in the acute division, but the hospital system, St James's is the first hospital to go electronic, and it went electronic about I think 6 weeks ago from memory.
But I presume that each hospital budget would have, part of their budget would be the cost of pharmaceuticals for the year.
Oh yeah, but so, when you get down, if you're looking for granularity and getting down into the depth of that,
okay.
That's where the challenge
I'm talking about the overall cost budget for the overall cost of pharmaceuticals for the entire country for the year, including hospitals. And surely we get a breakdown from the hospital about what they may not have a breakdown of what they're spending it on, but they may have an overall cost factor for pharmaceuticals.
As I say, I don't work in the acute hospital division, so I can't really answer for that, but I can say we can give you the vast majority of what you're asking on the primary care side of things, and we'll have to engage with our hospital colleagues.
We can do that, Senator, and get the information. It's easier to do in the community sector because it's a single system. It's more difficult in the hospital because they're on individual hospital-based systems, and you have to gather from all of that.
And the reason why I'm asking that is because I think it's about getting information out there to people as well. You know that, you know, we all can work towards making savings in one area so that another area can benefit. And I think you won't be able to do that unless you can get the information out there. You know, if you talk about the figure of 2 billion, people are actually shocked because it's not information that's generally out there. And I think it's important that we get that information out there.
Surely.
So I'd appreciate if I could get some of that information over the next week or two.
We'll take that as Chair as a takeaway task from today.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. And before I bring in Deputy Durkan, Professor Barry, could I just ask you in relation to the Rare Disease Technology Review Group, are there terms of reference of that group that we can get that you can send to the committee?
Yes, we can indeed.
Okay. Obviously, it's a review group, so does it make decisions, or is it just reviewing decisions?
No, it makes a recommendation in relation to each specific product that's referred to it. So the examples I gave were Ciproter and Rakuvan, and shortly Nusinersen or Spinraza. So it will make a recommendation incorporating the clinician viewpoint and patient and their family's viewpoint.
And that goes to the drug?
That will go to the drugs group.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the last question in relation to that, the representatives who were in this morning were speaking about the patient representatives on that committee, and they felt that they were handpicked rather than were elected, if you like. What's the process of choosing the patient representative?
Well, I don't think that's a fair representation. In fact, we invited people to express whether they'd like to be involved or not.
Sorry, I can just add.
Sorry, you can't speak.
Yeah. So people were invited if they wanted to take part in it. If people weren't just handpicked. And in addition to that, I should say that where our patients' relatives are specifically involved in an area, they're invited along as well to meetings in addition to those representatives. So there's a good patient representation.
So they were chosen by invitation?
There was an invitation, there was a formal invitation put out.
And how do you choose between those who respond?
Yeah, there wasn't very many responded actually, which is quite interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Deputy Durkan, thank you for your patience.
Oh, unlimited, Mr. Chairman, unlimited. Incidentally, this particular issue was mentioned in passing at a meeting which I attended in Vienna yesterday, so I'm aware of its coming up today in another context. But I wanted to two or three things that I want to deal with, if I could, for a moment, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the question of the emotional element and the life or death situation, and as Deputy O'Connell said, you know, it's down to whoever can exert the most influence or shout loudest. The problem really is this, that the individual patient who finds themselves confronted with a particular condition see no way out if they cannot access treatment, and they find it particularly upsetting if the treatment is available selectively. It's also unconstitutional. That's the reality of life. It is unconstitutional to prescribe something for a group of people, assuming that there are no other barriers, clinical or otherwise, to approve for one group of people and not to approve for another. It's as simple as that. So I hope that's been borne in mind, because not only is it unfair, but that is subject to there being no other medical reason as to why they shouldn't avail of or have it made available to them. They're entitled to it under the laws of the land. So I think that should be borne in mind, Mr. Chairman. The other thing, and the job that this group review does is a very difficult job. I have no doubt about that. And you're torn in all directions. But there's one thing missing, and I've spoken about it many, many times. Everybody else has spoken about it today as well. If I were asked to find out, you know, what impact the cost of a particular drug is going to have on the budget, which is obviously an issue, I would like to find out from the people who know. So I would presume I could press a button and find out where the drugs were being used, the same drugs being used throughout Europe, and what the cost was in each case. And I don't agree with the principle at all of lying downwind in negotiating process until other countries have gone ahead. That's not the way to do it at all. You take the 500 million market of the European Union, and that's used, and that should be negotiating a first and last point. So you use the weight of the 500 million people that the European Union represents, and the European institution is there to back up what you're doing. And I can't understand why that's not the port of first call. That should be the first reference, not to the countries that have negotiated successfully individually, but what the European, there's an institution there for doing that. So why doesn't it happen? And why doesn't it happen in a way that's most beneficial, A, to the patients, and B, to the cost of the delivery of the services? And the only way that can happen is by reference to the biggest single market, of which we are but one. We're only 4 million out of 500 million. So the obvious thing to do, like we discussed this 25 years ago, 30 years ago, and we arrived at this conclusion. Even obviously we had to buy before the European Union was what it is now. So my question is simply this: to what extent do you now use that reference when coming to a conclusion in relation to A, the suitability of the drug for all patients, and B, the cost of the drug, and C, recognising also that there may be variations in terms of patient reaction. I would just like some clarification, Mr. Chairman, on this thing about biosimilar and generic. I was around at the time that this discussion took place initially, and many patients came back and said, you know, the generic is not having the same impact. And the experts, the clinical experts said, no, you're wrong, that's just your imagination. Remember that, Doctor? Absolutely. So we were then, as legislators, we were in a difficult position. We didn't know who was telling us what they thought was the truth, what was accurate. So legislators can only work on the information that they're given. So I would like some clear indication now as to the extent which those two thought processes have been merged in order to give us some idea as to what we should be doing in the future, and keeping in mind the costs. I cannot overemphasise the question I can't believe that we still do this thing of even the reference, 14 reference countries. That's all nonsense, all nonsense. It gives it an average. And that, as we know how averages are determined, so we're not going to go into that. So for God's sake, could somebody somewhere initiate a method whereby we have a reference to the best possible people who are in the business of buying drugs? And incidentally, of course the drug companies are going to give drugs free themselves to some people to prove that the drug is effective, and to make a bargaining position when they're dealing with people like yourselves. That's what they do. That's the commercial world we live in. So there's no use in pretending, you know, that it doesn't exist. It does exist, and that's the bargaining position. But it's up to yourselves to set up a structure whereby that you can say that's the most effective drug, that's the most appropriate drug, that's the safest drug, and that's the best value at which that drug can be purchased. And the patients in Ireland are paying at least the same as in all other European countries. I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to finish, Chairman, because in relation to, for instance, the cost of Orkambi, how does the cost compare right across Europe? Simple one. I know it varies. So by how much does it vary? And why doesn't the Irish patient have the same access to it as everybody else? I can't understand that. The 300 million approved in I think it was 8 drugs in the past couple of weeks, costing 300 million over 5 years, 60 million a year, thereabouts. I'm just, as a mark of interest, how does that compare with, we say, for instance, the drugs reviewed 5 years ago, 2 years ago, and now, in terms of their efficacy, their cost, and that's that part of it. And the last question is on the Orkambi again, is the cost per patient, and incidentally, what's the European opinion on its efficacy, its ability to treat in all cases, in most cases, or in specific cases? And on that, are there situations that arise whereby it is possible to determine, based on the analysis of the patient and the particular condition, the drugs that are most likely to work, given their metabolism? And is it possible to tell us that? I presume it is. I'd like to think that it is. That even 2 patients having the same condition, they may have a metabolism which is a variance with the norm, and it may be different. And I have one last question in relation, and this is a general question. I'm not a medical expert, but I do know of situations where patients have been diagnosed with cancer, been screened for cancer, and have been deemed clear or not clear, as the case might be. And I've known that diagnosis to change over a period of time for reasons not readily explicable. So I would, if it's possible, maybe to shed some light. And I know that cervical smear test has variations in its accuracy, and it's not a diagnostic at all. It's simply a screening process, and it can vary dramatically. I think the fact that it's 80% accurate, I think is very, very misleading from the point of view of the patients, because the patients will believe always.
Just straying off the topic there.
Well, I know it was referred to earlier on. I didn't stray off that any topic, Chairman. I'm reasonably very good at that now, because if it's mentioned earlier on, I tend to remember before the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
As strange as that may seem.
Thank you. Mr. Hennessy.
Okay, I'd probably need help from colleagues on some of those issues, but we'll get started. In relation to the point about the European Union and the potential and the opportunity that represents as a purchasing bloc, I'd have to say I agree with Deputy Durkan on that as a very, very definite opportunity. The only 2 points I'd make.
Chairman.
The 2 points I'd make, and first of all, there's a small matter of Irish legislation here, and it is the 2013 Act that governs the process of assessing new drugs here. So in legislative terms, that's the governing process. We operate to legislation on that front.
That's wrong, Chairman. I'm sorry.
If
that's
the
not correct.
legislation changes and we operate to a different rule set,
that's avoiding the issue, Mr. Chairman. That's not correct. And I'll tell you why it's not correct. The existence of the 2013 Act is a separate issue, and when you have achieved what is the best practice in terms of pricing and of efficacy across Europe, we can come back to the Act then.
My answer was agreeing with Deputy Durkan again, in that work has commenced on that European-wide collaboration, and Finian mentioned it earlier in relation to Benelux. Whether it's a 350 million block or a 50 million block is the question there. I think our experience is that the bigger member states are less keen to be involved in that kind of collaboration, but the smaller member states are, and we would be in that block.
So are you saying that the 2013 legislation would have to be amended to allow for collective bargaining?
So I'm open to correction on that one, Chairman, but I would imagine it would.
But that's what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not. I think the challenge is more around we have to align our acts and processes with acts and processes in other countries so that we're all doing things roughly at the same time and in the same way. So, different people do things slightly differently. So, but its alignment is the challenge.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just mention that the reason for that is to ensure that other countries that are running way ahead of us and obtaining much more beneficial conclusions than we are. That's what the legislation is for. What we're doing at the present time is we're waiting for it to improve elsewhere, as opposed to going to the top, availing of the best possible price, and working from there. And the most effective drug as well, of course, to replace that as well.
Mr. Judge.
Just on the EU issue, that John is right. I mean, as a new member of the Benelux collaboration, all members recognise that if we progress down the road to joint negotiations, we will have to align our domestic legislative process with this new structure, because the process that's there at the moment is enshrined in the 2013 Act. Deputy Durkan asked about why not go the collective route. There's 500 million people in Europe. As Sean has outlined, I mean, drug companies insist on negotiation with individual countries, but probably the thing to say is the European Union as a collective is now starting to move into that space, and you are familiar because you have given an opinion on it. They have brought out a proposal for common procedures for health technology assessments. That proposal is making its way slowly through Council, but it is probably could be seen as a start of the EU as a group getting into this space.
Are we pushing that?
At the moment, I am aware that this committee gave a pretty positive contribution in favour of the proposal in principle. I am informed that it is going through constructive dialogue at the moment at Council, but one of the sticking points at the moment is the mandatory uptake of any HTA that will come out of the process. Some countries are reluctant to go down that route, so there is progress being made, but that is one of the sticking points at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Hennessy.
Just to continue with Deputy Durkan's list, the issue you raised about access schemes and participation in clinical trials is a good point, and I just wanted to reinforce again that steps have been taken to strengthen or to ensure that patients aren't vulnerable in participating in such schemes by arranging that, or by ensuring that there is very transparent consent arrangements in place at the outset, and very transparent and clear aftercare arrangements put in place as well at the outset for what happens when these access schemes and trials conclude. And we've been in formal contact with our respective hospitals and groups on that over the course of this year. On the ORCAMB question and the cost and the variance in cost, I think it's fair to say that the Irish deal is regarded as probably the best one around, or one of the best ones around, but you might be able to comment on that one, Sean. And Professor Barry may be able to help on the efficacy and evidence questions that are arising around that.
On the Orkambi deal, the Orkambi deal is a fairly complicated deal. It involves a portfolio and it involves what the prices of drugs will be in the future in terms of further lines. So it's very difficult to describe it in simple cost terms. But in terms of our understanding is that the Australian government took the exact same deal as we negotiated first. We understand that the UK government or the UK NHS system is engaged currently in a similar portfolio deal. So in terms of the cost per patient of Orkambi, it's of the order of about €12,000 per month per patient.
The Australian government represents 22 million people, Mr. Chairman. The European Union, of which we are members, represents 500 million people.
Yep.
If I was a drug manufacturer and I was selling into a market, I'd be looking at the 500 million market and I would want to do a deal with them at all costs.
Yep. I think it's important to kind of recognise that within the EU, not every country has said yes to Orkambi. The NHS has not said yes to Orkambi yet. Scotland has not said yes.
I asked that question too.
Yeah. So, you know, that is the reality, that not every country has said yes to Orkambi. There's no point in getting back into the discussion as to the challenges around Orkambi and the evidence. In terms of, you asked a general question in relation to efficacy and cost over a timeline. It's very hard to comment on that in kind of any scientific way because we haven't done a review, but in terms of professional opinion over the course of my career, and particularly over the last 10 years, I think it's fair to say that the evidence that there's a move for new medicines to come onto the market at an earlier stage than they previously would have come onto the market, and with maybe smaller trials. Some of that is down to the nature of that maybe some of the low-hanging fruit is gone in terms of the big, huge clinical disease areas have been addressed, and once you get into orphan drugs, it is harder to get, it's just harder to design the trials with the patients. So I think when Michael and I would have started, well, Michael probably started a little bit before me, but when we started our career, you would have been expecting to have 2 phase 3 randomised placebo-controlled trials, one big trial followed by a confirmatory trial, and it's then that you'd like to see a medicine get to market. We've gone way beyond that, and now, I mean, what comes before the drugs group now quite frequently is single-arm trials. That basically means that there is no comparison arm within the trial. And the drugs group is faced with, in terms of any assessment body internationally, is faced with very, very significant challenges. But against that, if you were to expect a phase 3 trial, those drugs would never get to market because they're impossible to design. So there are challenges that have to be weighed up around evidence. So if you're asking, in terms of straight answer, the evidence is less robust than it was a decade ago for medicines as they come to market. That's just the nature of, we're into orphan diseases in smaller areas. In terms of cost, grossly, my view would be the cost per patient has significantly inflated. Again, industry will argue that's because they have to harvest their research and development costs across a smaller cohort. So cost has also gone up for every assessment, and the cost effectiveness has worsened, is what I would say, over the decade. I think it's fair to say.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. I'm just going to bring in Dr. Deputy Brazel before we conclude.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief because it's been a long session, and I don't really want or expect answers, but you might be able to provide me if you can. As I said in my opening statement, Mr. Chair, this committee stated that that the 2013 Act needs to be reviewed. Okay. The opening statement from the department here clearly contravenes that, so I would ask that as a committee that we just look at that and furnish a response, because I still think that the Act needs to be reviewed. I asked for about how much is spent on orphan drugs, and the legislation doesn't separate orphan drugs, but the NCP did a report recently by your deputy head, and in that you did a review from 2012 to 2017 of rapid reviews submitted. So I would ask that you could maybe look at that and see, could you extract the orphan drugs out of that so that we'd know how many and how much we're spending on it. And I suppose the last thing, I say, Professor Barry, the last time you were here, you were very understaffed and you had only 11 out of 23. I'm glad to see that following my representations, you've now got 18 out of 23, and I'll submit a further question looking for the remaining 5.
For your help.
And just as a matter of clarification, the recommendation from the committee last February, which is recommendation 2, didn't recommend a review of the entire Act. It recommended a review of the Act to identify potential legislative barriers to the reimbursement of orphan drugs and corresponding legislative amendments. It wasn't asking for an entire review of the Act. So it specifically honed in on that aspect. So I think, Mr. Judge, you said that you seem to think that we asked for a review of the entire Act, but that's not the case.
Yes, Chair, I'll take that point away in our discussions with the Minister.
Comment just to finish up with Deputy Durkan's list in relation to this year compared to 5 years ago. Probably difficult to be precise about that, but this year we've dealt with over 30 new applications with a cost impact or implication of in excess of 300 million over 5 years. So it just gives a scale of this year's activity. We'll have a look back at maybe 5 years ago, but I suspect it was a fraction of that 5 years ago in terms of the volume and the numbers.
So that concludes our business. Thank you very much, Professor Barry, John Hennessy, Sean Flanagan and Finian Judge for spending so much time with us this morning. This committee is now adjourned until next Wednesday at 9 a.m. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you.